certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning. I bet you thought I wasn't coming. Welcome to the show. It's me, it's DDP. What are we going to do today? What do you guys want to do even? God. There's nothing to talk about. You know, if it weren't for the retarded, I'd have a hard time putting a show together today. Well, you know what? That's not even true either, because we got news out the shithole. We got lots of stuff to talk about. A woman got her vagina cut off during laser removal of her hair. Just sliced off a piece of her cunt, like Tyson taking an ear off Holyfield. Just, they were taking the hair off her, and they just... I didn't think that those lasers could hurt your pussy. How can they take out the hair without taking out the pussy? If they're... Do they have like a guard on them? Like when you're trimming hair? I didn't know you could laser off your pussy, but they did. And I guess her armpits too. But I don't even know if that's real, if the armpit part is real, or if she's just trying to, like, well, my armpits too, so it's not just a pussy thing. But she's suing a laser hair removal company for burning her vagina, and which has got to be remarkably unpleasant. For everybody. For her, that's got to suck. And then for the guy with the laser, it's his reputation. And then for the people at the laser place, they have to smell burnt pussy flesh. None of it's good. Like, nobody ended up winning in that, in that deal. We've also got Biden losing in the Supreme Court. So it wasn't just April losing in court yesterday. Joe Biden did too, so you're not alone. Then we've got, I think this is a fun video. I don't know how long we'll go with this, but British people trying barbecue ribs for the first time in America. I didn't know that European people didn't eat barbecued ribs. I didn't know that they were retarded and stupid and European and old, but they don't. And then they had it here, and apparently we kick fucking ass, which I imagine if you've never had barbecued ribs before, it's such a unique taste. Like if you have like a mesquite, kind of a smoky barbecued rib, you've never, especially if you're English, you've never tasted anything like that before. If you've ever had English food, if you've ever been to like an English pub, there's a place in Ames, Iowa, and I think there's a couple locations, but there's a place in Ames, Iowa. I believe it was the original. It's called the Mucky Duck. I stopped there on my way to Kansas City once, and it's owned by a British dude. I mean, it's legit, and even then you can tell they kind of Americanize the English food, because English food has a reputation for being bland. And they spice it up. They throw a little American kick in there. Like, even other countries' food, when it comes here, has to be kind of emerald a little bit. Like, they got to kick it up just a little bit. Otherwise, it's shitty. You know, everything except Italian food, maybe. And French. But, like, German food, my people's food, it's fucking sausage and shitty cabbage dishes. It sucks. You got to spice it up a little bit. And I think Eastern Europe is just strictly pierogies. That's all they've ever contributed, those fucking circle-faced zeros. Have we ever discussed this on the show? I'm racist towards Eastern Europeans. Like, I find them, I don't want to say I'm like Hitler. That's a weird thing to say. But, like, if I didn't, let's say I was talking to a guy and he had like a voice disguiser thing on, like Gary Sinise and Ransom, and he started giving me his opinion about the Polish and the Slavs and Eastern Europeans, and I didn't know it was Adolf Hitler talking about them, there'd probably be a lot of things that he'd say where I'd go, yeah, I get that. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. And then they'd be like, oh, by the way, that's Hitler. And you'd be like, oh, fuck, no. Salt of the earth. All fine people. All of them great. I think the retardation of Europe starts in southern Italy and just kind of moves eastward. Except maybe the Greeks. I think the Greeks are the exception. I think they're kind of separate from all that. But like Yugoslavs, Czechs, Poles, just all always feel like you got to slow down for them almost. Well, anyway, I don't know where that came from. I feel like Admiral Stockdale right now. Who am I? Why am I here? We've got lots to do today. I'm very excited. I've got a lot of chats to read real quick because a lot of people have thoughts about yesterday, and I want them to feel free to express themselves on this platform. I want them to feel like they can say whatever they'd like. So I'm actually going to, some of our pre-show chat was very, very good today, and I wanted to read some of it. Caesar Diff, I was laughing about this before the show. Caesar Diff says, if April doesn't pull the ejector button soon, Aaron may have been married to the dumbest broad west of the Mississippi. The writing's on the wall, but she calls it graffiti art. You know, you got to give Nick credit. He went on stream last night, bent over and shoved a giant veiny black cock right up his asshole just to simp for his girl. I don't mean the mother of his children, by the way. I mean the one he loves more. He went and fucked himself in front of the entire internet just so he could bitch about kiwi farms. And here's what happened. Yesterday at the Rekieta house, after that court hearing, there was a lot of effeminate bitching. And then the girls started talking. Boo, Aaron, come on. You know what? Low-hanging fruit. Not proud of it. If I was Nick, I would have paused and taken a sip. It's low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit. But there was a lot of, April was mad because Nick probably told her this would get dismissed. And then April's probably running around, that isn't fair and it's not right. Because here's what I know about April and Nick. Nothing they've ever done has ever been their fault. Everyone is always doing something to them. Even when April got arrested, first thing she texted me, because I told her, I go, now it's never been more evident. You have to get out of there. This is going to drag you down. And we were getting divorced. There was no reason for me to, sugarcoat it or anything like that. I'm like, you gotta get the fuck out of there. I don't know what you're doing. And she just wrote back, my charges were dropped. I'm not an addict. Somebody did this to me. It's like, you got arrested with cocaine with your fucking name on it, on your cards, and you're still not going to take any responsibility for anything. When I would text her and say she's got to get off of drugs, she would never even acknowledge she's ever heard of cocaine ever. She would say, I'm healthy. I'm a healthy person. I've been gaining weight, blah, blah. It's like, you can't talk to that kind of a person because they're just not square dealing. They're just not honest. You're sitting there going to a person, hey, the shit you've been doing is unhealthy. What shit I've been doing? And you're like, all right. And then you start to resent them because you go, now you're treating me like a retard. Like I don't know what the fuck is good. Stop it. And so April was seething her fucking ass off and blaming anyone she could yesterday. So Nick felt like he had to go on stream to protect his main girl, April. Sorry, Kayla, you're not. Not at least in his mind. So Nick goes on stream and again, fucks himself and his case to make April feel better, which I guess in a way is kind of sweet. I mean, when you're dealing with people with this low of an intellect, I guess that's sweet. This would be like if Jenny and Forrest were both retarded And Forrest went on and was just like, she got molested by her dad. And just told the whole world that. And you're like, Jesus Christ, dude, you don't need to. There's no reason to talk like that. But he went on last night, and I've seen some clips. I read some farms this morning. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. But as far as Caesar Diff saying, if she doesn't pull the ejector seat button soon, Aaron may have been married to the dumbest broad west of the Mississippi. I mean, it's hard to argue with a guy, Caesar Diff also says Nick's Cope stream last night had a target audience of 1. I agree with this. April Diane Anderson. Nick Simpton seethed hard to try and convince her the charges not getting dropped yesterday was actually a W. Yeah, he started going over the report or the whatever, and he started like picking apart what he found to be grammatical errors in it, and you're like, dude, just stop. This is really, really bad. John O says, I heard about this. I don't know if I have this clip. I have some stuff from Malcolm X this morning. Not that one. Some clips from him. Apparently, he played John DiCaprio from Win by Two's version of the April hearing. And April was obviously in the room. She was corner demoning because she wanted to hear Nick fucking simp for her and, dance puppet. Some days April's in charge, some days Nick's in charge. You know who's never in charge? Kayla. So I guess John DiCaprio, Win by Two, held up the cutout of April, and he's now blackened out one of her eyes because, I'm dropping the headbutts. He's blacking out. So he held that up and then played a clip of me going, another win for the toe. After the dismissal, the judge dismissed the motion, and then Nick just shut it off. Like he was going to lean in and react to the whole thing, and instead it was just another win for the toe, and then he's done with it. I don't know, man. There's something about me that still just gets this guy. I don't know what it is. Yeah, John O says he didn't realize how much of an ass John would be. Yeah, well, look, you can say a lot of things about John DiCaprio, and so far, the last 24 hours, Kiwi Farms has been. But he is obnoxious to the point where it can piss people off. He is that obnoxious. I can't keep up with this fucking shit. I'm sorry, guys. This is what I always say. It's like I can't keep up with the YouTube chat anymore. I just have to go with super chats. I had a plan to read some of this stuff, and it's just I can't. I can't keep up. I'm so sorry, guys. The Rumble chat is great. There's a lot of funny stuff in here, but I wanted to get to Malcolm X is in the chat. Fuck, I wish I could just go to his. And Hobo, of course. Nick has convinced April that the warrant will be thrown out. That's why she's still there. Nick has convinced both of those girls of every retarded thing he's been wrong about. 100%. He has convinced those. I mean, and you can say that that's Nick's fault. I disagree. Those girls should be able to see through it, and they should be able to go, this guy's full of shit and he's flailing. And that was never more evident than last night. And since he's here in the chat, thank you, Malcolm X, for clipping that out. If you have more clips and you can get them up in the next hour or so, that would be awesome. TVA Dan says the troll asking April how those tits fart during court was the highlight. I was listening to that with someone yesterday and trying to figure out what that said. I think it said, show us what them tits for, April. I don't think he asked how her tits fart. That doesn't make any sense. Farting tits. That should have been the name of today's episode, Farting Tits. I had my kids back to school, the open house yesterday, and Kevin Brennan texted me while I was on the way to the open house, and he goes, can you come on the show today? And there was part of me that was like, man, I almost wish I could call the school and get the fucking open house pushed back, but I'm not. Like I maybe could have went on with Kevin while I was driving, but the kids were in the car, and I'm not gonna put the kids through, Kevin Brennan. Not that Kevin's not great. It's just he's a lot for the 10 and under crowd. Popcorn Power says Kayla is going to get overdosed. Why? Why would Kayla get overdosed? Kayla's being a fucking trooper as far as Nick goes. She's letting Nick do whatever the fuck he wants. She's letting him be with his favorite girl, April. Why would she get overdosed? She's behaving, yo. Malcolm X says Nick treats Kayla like yesterday's potato salad. Sad. Yeah. You know, I wonder what Nick would have done if Kayla would have said, don't stream tonight. Could you just be with me? She doesn't need you to go out there and simp for her tonight. I'd like you to be with me, and maybe we could talk about our stuff and our case. Nick wouldn't have done it. I don't think he would have stayed with her. I think he still would have went and streamed and like, I gotta find Bubba. David Skywalker says, you previously claimed that you only communicated with April through your lawyer. No, I said at some point, April and I only communicated through my lawyer. This was after the arrest. That was probably like the week after the Fury Usyk fight. Because April and I were very cordial during the Fury Usyk fight. And then it, like it always does, it fucking took a turn when she felt, something was fucking something. I don't, fucking people. And I just said, look, I can't take this gaslighting. Talk to my lawyer. He'll talk to me. We'll communicate that way. Indus Buzz says, you don't know how Nick treats Kayla. Really, Indus Buzz? I know you're wrong about just about everything, but I've watched that man walk out of a bathroom after screaming at her and then point at me and go, fucking go in there and fix her. Which is, when I think about that story, I go, that's like the shittiest thing I've ever heard a guy do, like to his wife in front of other people. Like, what a shit. And I think the first thing I said when I went in there is, I go, you don't need to be fixed. Now, some people would probably look at me and go, Aaron, you were a little wrong on that one. You might be incorrect. And I'm like, you're trying to be sensitive, as it were. All right, let's go to the Rumble chat. That's a little easier to keep up with. Like, subscribe, all of that shit. We'll talk about the hearing a little bit, but yo, man, we talked about that yesterday on the evening show. If you missed that, go back and watch it. It's great. I'm biased, but I thought it was good. The number today is 325. It's our final goal of the week. It's the day that vexed us last week, though. So we got one goal left for the month of August. If we knock it out, we ended up in the black for August, which is huge. So thank you guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants memberships. I appreciate it. All right. Excuse me. I got the runny nose. God damn it. I better not be getting sick. Don't be Jewish, Aaron. Dissident says, retarded like thinking it doesn't matter that your credit card has Coke all over it. Right, yeah. The cocaine was not out in the open. It was in a vial out in the open. You see, according to Nick, this watermelon is not out in the open. You see, it's in a container. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have another episode of Ricada Law 101. You see this watermelon? Not out in the open. Why? Container. Literally the word contain in it. Thank you. There's been another episode of Ricada Law. Rusty Grammar says the old brick house in South Carolina kicks ass. All right. Oh, yeah, I was talking about British pubs. QAnonymous says, hack comedian, don't sell yourself short. You're not a comedian. Oh. Honky says Slavs are the most based whites right now. Okay, you do have a point there. But I don't think they're based because being based is cool. I think they're based because they just are not very smart. And they just kind of blurt shit out. Sorry, I just have to be anti-Slav. I got to keep up my gimmick. McBuster says Aaron has zero tolerance for the Slavs. I mean, as long as they're not around. Cockdiv says, Aaron, what the fuck are you talking about? Thank you. Thank you, I guess. No, MSO, I don't have slaves. Therefore, there is no September slave sale. Aaron is having an existential crisis. No Slavs will interfere with the toe. Is Johnny's new squeeze a Slav? I don't know, but Johnny's a Slav. Johnny's an Eastern European. They're fucking gross, dude. They're weird. And not only are they weird, but they think they're normal and they walk among us that way. Fucking gross, dude. Hate it. Rusty Grammer says the Toby Keith tribute last night was awesome. I'd love to see some of that. I'll see if there's clips today, and that would be swell. They said Eric Church killed it last night for the Toby Keith tribute. Oh, we got a Ricada fan seething in the Rumble chat. Stephen King 75. Good morning, buddy. He'd be so proud of you, he might give you one of those 5,000 locals gifts. $1 from Coltrane says, April was dumb as fuck. She married Tits McGee here, LOL. Hey, wait, I think he's talking about me. McBuster says they are trying to say she wasn't living there at the time. Her stuff is all over the pics of the house for sale. Cocaine was on her credit cards. She was there, and she broadcast that Zoom from Nick's. Well, her and I were talking after she came here and got her stuff. I mean, I have the texts. I mean, she was bringing that stuff to the house in Spicer. She even said, like, oh, I'm going to unload this stuff in Spicer and move it into the house. I mean, you and I slept in their bed for how long? Look, guys, gross. I know, it's fucking disgusting, but facts are facts. Can't run from them. Bird Collector says for Nick to continue to go online and talk about this is called mental illness. Well, nobody ever said he was not guilty of that one. Dissident says he's going to say anything to keep her from rolling on him, just like he keeps doing to his audience to keep them paying for his defense. Oh, mommy and daddy's money pays for that defense. Believe me. Those people are fucking stupid. The only way Nick passed the bar is his family helped him. Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, you study something for long enough, you can pass a test. Veldrain says Nick's the guy who checks into a room and says he's going to spend time with his girlfriend and to tell the front desk person, if my wife calls, I'm not here. No. He just brings his wife with and tells her, emotionally, I'm not here. Sam Show says, let it be tits fart, Aaron. I'm sorry. Everyone wants it to be that the person says, let's see them tits fart, April. Okay, fine. It's tits fart. I'm not going to fight you on this. MSO says win by 2 is boring, annoying, and not entertaining. Every time I've tuned in, 2 minutes and I'm out. He is. Like, it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch a Red Bar impression, period. It's really hard to watch a bad Red Bar impression. SC Motorsports says April looked very bothered that she had to be there, looked a little twitchy. You could tell Nick was standing there with her, and she even had held back a smirk at the end of the hearing. Yeah, the tits fart. She thought the tits fart thing was funny. She just liked her tits being talked about. Like, she doesn't really grasp the seriousness of those situations. And someone told me yesterday, they're like, that's narcissism. I'm like, narcissism, not all the way. But like, just like even in that serious moment, being like, they're talking about my tits. Like, she does like attention from all men. She does like getting her body noticed. Why do you think in every picture her arm is turned out to show her totally rad new tattoo? But like, to do it in a court where you're on felony drug charges, that is kind of missing the point of what you're there for. She did look bothered though. She was blinking a whole fuck ton, but I mean, that is a stressful situation, to be fair. And she looked good. Like, her physical appearance was good. She looked great. Yeah, you're going to be twitchy. She looked like she was holding back tears. She was having a tough time, and she was trying to put on a proud face for the world because she knew a lot of people were watching, waiting to see her fuck up or something. So I get it. Clopogram says, Aaron eating watermelon. Next thing, he'll be eating fried chicken and his jeans by his ankles. Oh, Black. McBuster says that watermelon is just there to fool us into thinking he doesn't eat gas station hash browns for breakfast every morning. I did have an English muffin with peanut butter on it. Why do I say these things to you? Why do I don't need to tell you guys this shit. Cocktiff says, hopefully forensics didn't test that disgusting bed the 4 of you shared. Aw, Aaron's memory is still here. McBuster says, Mommy, Daddy, why is another naked couple covered with sugar and sleeping in your bed? They're hibernating. Leave them alone. Dissident says, the look on her face when the judge said random drug testing. They can't be getting away with doing drugs right now, can they? I don't know enough about that life. But, I mean, he's got to be tested to have those kids, to quote Red Bar. They can't be doing drugs. I mean, prescription stimulants maybe, but like they can't. There's no way they can be getting around that testing, right? Well, I mean, I guess addicts do it all the time. I didn't notice a face when the judge said random drug testing because the testing includes alcohol. Like you can't drink either. So I don't know if I didn't notice a face that was much different from the rest of the hearing, but you could be right. April had that same exact facial expression she had toward the end of being on this show. Labglass said, my wife said, quote, just another Litchfield Anderson. Oh, I never thought about that. You know what that does to that name back in Litchfield? That small town shit. It's like, oh, the Andersons. Yeah, did you hear about their daughter? Hey, Aaron, you haven't been to Europe. What do you know? Nothing. I'm talking out of my ass constantly. What did you think this show was? A fucking documentary? This show has always been 4.5 hours of Aaron speaking completely from his own anus. You know, you think you have an understanding with your audience, and then you realize you're not the communicator you thought you were. Bigot on socialist media says, how can addicts suddenly stop? That's true. You can dilute alcohol, but don't know how strict they are about it. That's what my lawyer was telling me, that the way people have done it historically is they'll drink a fuckload of Gatorade or water and you'll dilute the sample. But some places consider a diluted sample a positive test. So I don't know. I just, you know what I try to do? I try to not put myself in situations where I have to learn how that works. Bone Cold Fleas Austin says, Nick says they are all innocent and the government is lying. Well, allow the body cam to be released and vindicate yourself, Nick. Yep. Somebody, too, says literally she could have went to her parents and she would have been fine, but no, cocaine and an old as fuck guy to fuck me while his wife is there. Who wouldn't want that? Right? All right, let's go to Fuck You Dude, starting us off. God, excuse me, guys. I get no peanut butter in the morning. I'm like an old Jewish man. Fuck You Dude with $20. Starts us off over on YouTube today. Thank you, buddy. He says, serious question. Those are the only kind I take, by the way. None of this funny business. Serious question. If there was no drug use and responsible amounts of drinking, would you have stayed in the polycule? No, because as I said before, the impetus towards leaving was, I guess the drugs were huge. They may have been one. I was going to say the drugs were number two. They were number two, but they were 1B maybe. It was my kids. You know, it was at some point you look at your kids and you look at where your life's going and you say, you know, pussy isn't worth this. You know, and as much as, you know, whatever on the surface thing Kayla and I have, it's insane. It's fucking crazy. It's stupid. Stop. And then at some point you just fucking wake up and you go, you're a dad, dude. You're pushing 40. You got to cut this fucking bullshit out. You got to, you know, it's not, man, you're such a, pat yourself on the back for being so goddamn smart to pull the nose of the plane up. No, be ashamed of yourself for going into the nosedive in the first place. But, you know, I've heard a great poet laureate once say, and you guys can tell me in the chat who this poet laureate is. This poet laureate once said, it's very inspirational. He said, sometimes you're driving, sometimes you're stalling, sometimes you're flying, sometimes you're falling, but there's still beauty in the nosedive. Sometimes you're running, sometimes you're crawling, sometimes you're broke, sometimes you're balling, but there's still beauty in the nosedive. If any of you know who that is, you're remarkably upset with me right now. And I can't wait to see if anybody knows where that comes from. SC Motorsports says that was a Ric Flair quote, Aaron. No, it was not, because at the end I would have went, woo. Water, some salt, and B12 dilutes a sample, someone said. Clopogram says whoever shouted penis at the end was funny. The judge said to her tech, take me off this now. Yeah, I didn't hear that. The clip I had didn't have that on there. I wish I would have heard that one. It had the tits for thing. That was it. Sam Show says, fuck you, Aaron, you gay F word. Uh-oh, I think Sam Show knows where that quote came from. Sam Show, why don't you share with the class why you're mad at me? Veldrain says April is currently asking Nick legal advice on how to put a restraining order against self-awareness and accountability. Nick's currently working on it. I've watched Nick work on it on his stream for months now. Dissident says that's a song from that gay F word with face tats. Von Kaiser says Sam Malone. It's a Post Malone song with Lainey Wilson. It's called Nosedive. Very good. Very good. I highly recommend it. 310 is your guys' number for today. If you'd like to help knock it out, we appreciate it. We've got a lot of fun stuff to go over today. We'll go over some clips from Nick's stream. We'll check that out. We'll also we're not going to watch the April thing. We watched it last night. We won't recycle from the evening show. You guys can go watch that with your coverage. We'll take your commentary. We'll take your super chats. We'll take, all of that stuff, and we'll share it with the class. Absolutely. But we'll move on and do new things this morning. And then we'll talk about the lady who lasered her pussy off. McBuster says Aaron should have a shrine on the shelf instead of Ventura dolls and Mike Pillow dedicated to blank. She saved him and the kids from the polycule, coke, and the police. It's really more, it's my children more than anything. Somebody says, did you listen to it live yesterday? Either you did or someone used your name as an Aaron Imholt was on the screen. I heard about that. Somebody said there was an Aaron Imholt on there. Yeah, I was not watching. I watched for the first time last night during overtime. Somebody did point out that when April first logged on, it was Nick Rekieta's name that showed up on the account, and they had to come down, take it down, and then put her name on there and put it back up. I wish they would use the Anderson name, but somebody said because the charges were filed as Imholt, she has to keep appearing as Imholt. I wish she weren't. Somebody said, or Mr. Nobody says, serious question. When the state doesn't need you to convict Nick, will you be charged with child endangerment? No, I don't. As long as I don't go back there. No. And I've been told already that I'm not necessarily needed. I mean, I got the idea. I wasn't told this, but I got the idea that this is a Grenada. I got the idea that, look, we waltzed in there. We grabbed a shitload of cocaine. There were children. We grabbed guns. It was all above board. That open, meet shut. I'm a flea flicker in the fourth quarter when you're up 40-0. I'm running up the score is what I am. That's why during Nick's hearing, the prosecution was like, we don't give a fuck if you don't let us play the April shit on the body cam. It was basically them going, we don't fucking need it. Fine, cool. There's your W. The prosecution basically went, you look like a guy who needs a W. Here you go. We don't plan on using this. Nick goes on stream. Yes, I told you. Fuck yeah. Mr. Nobody says, so you can still be charged. Mr. Nobody, if I was the dumbest motherfucker who ever lived, then I guess maybe. He says, hopefully. Yeah, Mr. Nobody, right now you're seething about me, bud. You should definitely probably bring that down a little. You're exposing yourself too much. Love you, buddy. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, should have never gave that stinky snatch gutter slut your last name if you didn't want it drugged through the mud. Well, I didn't know this was going to end up happening. Honky says the SpaghettiOs diet was the best those kids lived for a year. Thank you. I'm a chef of world renown. People don't know this. I got mad the other day because my kids were eating well. Like, my kids ate all their dinner. I got fucking pissed, dude. I really did. I got mad. Because I'll, make them. I'll cook. I'll straight up fucking cook shit from scratch. And it's good. And then, the other, Monday, I'm like, it's too hot. I'll just set the oven, put some food in there, and leave and go outside and watch the kids play on the trampoline or whatever. And I put chicken nuggets and fries in there. And I felt like the laziest fuck of a parent ever for just putting frozen chicken nuggets and fries in there. But I'm like, you know what? Here. I served it to them. Not only did they eat it all, but they came outside and they go, can we have all the leftover fries that are sitting on the stove? I'm like, yeah, go ahead. I left them all 5 nuggets apiece. Again, 10, 7, and 5 are the ages. 5 nuggets apiece and a healthy amount of fries. And they went and ate all the nuggets and devoured all the fries. And I remember I was glad they ate, but I was also like, motherfucker. Because you don't feel like you've made food for your children when you slap chicken nuggets in the oven, but they eat it all. What do you do? Don't talk shit about chicken nuggies, says Sam Show. Elza Belza, didn't they leave you any leftovers? No. Helgi says, cope a cabana, more like Coke a lasagna. Fucking dipshit. God, dude, that is so bad. Like that, I'm actually mad at you right now. I'm mad at you for making a joke that bad. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, you didn't know because you didn't listen to your dad. I'm sure he's happy to have his last name in the news because you were too much of an egotistical jackass to listen to him when he warned you. Dad, is that you? McBuster says it's a moody day. See, if we're on YouTube, his mods would ban everyone for looking at Aaron the wrong way. Don't look at me like I'm a sex object. Bone Cold says Nick, Onion, Keanu, and Win by 2 fanboys are seething today. In other news, college football is back this weekend on Wisconsin. Fuck the Badgers. Gophers start tonight against North Carolina. No Drake May. We're going to fuck them up. We got this, baby. We got this. I'm hoping for a 9-win season, but I ain't getting one. Did Keanu seethe about April last night? I heard she was going live at 9. Did she do some seething? You know what? Who am I asking? Nobody watched it. Who the fuck am I? I bet you she didn't even get up over 100. And she was talking about a thing a lot of people want to hear about, but everyone's sick of her shit. Everyone's sick of her being like this, like Jimmy Hart pro wrestling manager and bad at like an indie pro wrestling manager and just lying all the time. They're just like, I don't want to fucking watch this idiot. Somebody said on Gino's show yesterday, the person who watched it, they said, Gino said that Aaron and I can be friends now or something. I don't know. They never sent me a clip or a timestamp. That was very interesting. Coltrane says, I made homemade dinners all the time. They never like it and want garbage. Drives me nuts. See? Thank you. It does drive one nuts. Yesterday morning, I checked about 30 minutes after her stream, and she had 60 viewers. She had April as the main thing on her thumbnail, and she had 60 viewers. Fuck, dude. Tredigada says that garbage is filled with the stuff Kennedy is bitching about. That's true. Kennedy! Rusty Grammar, I agree, Bone Cold. They are all coping hard today. Another win for the toe. Another win for the toe. That made Nick turn off his coverage of April's hearing, by the way. It was John DiCaprio saying another win for the toe. And I bet you, Nick, and I remember I called this. Nick started giving money to John DiCaprio to talk shit about me and talk shit about his case through John's chat. And I remember I said, I go, Nick, that's a bad idea. I will say a lot. John DiCaprio, maybe a lot of the things people on Kiwi Farms are saying he is annoying, gay, whatever. But he is not loyal. He is a scorpion. He will sting whoever he wants. He's impulsive. He will fuck you up. And sure enough, Nick last night thought it would be a good idea to play John's coverage because Nick thinks like this. I've paid John. He owes me. He'll be nice to me. And John was fucking holding up the busted picture of April and playing another win for the toe and all that shit. And Nick just turns it up. We're not covering that anymore. Fuck that. Get it out of here. By the way, Malcolm X, again, if you have a copy of that, I'd love to see it. I was reading the Farms last night, and they were giving me a play-by-play. Copperhead said there were 90 people on her show, and she was crying on air and saying how much better April is doing, and she's turning her life around. Oh. I own this bridge in Brooklyn, and I think I can close the deal and Keanu will buy it. As April literally streams from the place where she got caught with the drugs, she's turning her life around. Keanu, she's literally in neutral. Keanu's mom accidentally walked into a flower contest show, immediately won first prize for the dry arrangement. That's not very nice. That's not nice. Microplastics in your testicles is why you listen to Post Malone. Oh, man. Poe says, steel toe boots are what we wear to work. My Timberlands cost about $250 per year. When was the last time you needed your steel toes? I don't know. I think they got spider webs on them out in the garage. April's turning her life around like the Hindenburg in 1937, says Honky. I think Keanu just buys whatever bullshit women feed her. Keanu's one of those, the girls say this. It's sad. But look, I think when you get to, by the time you're that age, I mean, you either know or you don't, Let's see if, does Malcolm X have anything new for me before we go into these? That one. Oh, 3, 4. Oh my God. 5. He's got a shitload of clips. Oh, okay. So 5 clips looks good. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Malcolm X. We'll get to your clips in just a little bit. I think we're all caught up chat-wise. So you're saying Keanu wishes she was a girl? I didn't say she was a dude. Keanu's mods are just single mothers who refuse to work and women who pretend like they aren't on OnlyFans. All right, guys. Let's jump into this stuff, shall we? McBuster says John DiCaprio has been laying into that child P lover Patrick Melton hard lately. He might be a Red Bar ripoff and nasally, but he's not afraid to take on the MAPs and their money. He has no sense of like fiefdom. He doesn't feel like I will give him this compliment. There's a lot of people on the internet who feel like they're serfs. Like if someone's on their side, they got to stay. Like Keanu's kind of that way. John's not that way. Like John's burned Keanu, John's burned Nick, John's burned everybody, really. Burning Melton. Like he and I were never cool, so he never burned me. He's just like that. He's not very good at what he does, but I like his lack of loyalty. I actually do commend that in a strange way. All right, let's take a look at Malcolm X's clips. He's got a bunch of them from Nick's stream. And he does a little narration here for each one. This will actually be very helpful. You know that Nick has this ongoing situation with this streamer Montygraph, right? And Nick repeatedly called this fella Montygraph a PDF file. Because he's a lawyer and he's so fucking smart. Now, I'm a lowly failed radio broadcaster. And even I know from the rules in radio broadcasting that you can't just come out and say someone's a PDF file or that someone owns cheese pizza or cheddar popcorn or, Clyde Pearson. Can't say that. You have to say either I think he might, or you have to say I've seen PDF files before and this guy acts like a lot of those people I've known. You can't just come out without, unless you have proof, unless you've got something that shows they are and you can defend that. Unless everything you say has backup, you have to go with the allegedly or whatever. And Nick didn't do that. He just kept calling this Montygraph fella a PDF. So Montygraph sued him. And this Montygraph is kicking the living dog fuck out of Nick in court. And because these civil cases are so long and they're so drawn out, Nick has basically been getting kicked in the dick in front of the entire internet by Montygraph for a long time now, and it doesn't show any signs of slowing down. So what does Nick do? He goes on his stream last night and accuses old Jersh from Kiwi Farms, old Null, Josh Moon, accuses him watching animated CP, animated Clyde Pearson. You know what? Why not double down? Nick knows what he's doing, guys. He's a lawyer after all. Let's play this clip from Malcolm X, my old friend. The haggard, the worn. He looks. Now look, I'm a fair arbiter here because I don't dislike. I nothing Nick at this point. I watch him as a story. And I did say regarding April, I thought she looked great yesterday. Nick looks like he's in his 50s. Nick looks like hammered shit. And last night, from what I've read, the opinion is near universal. It was a seethe stream. He was losing it and is continuing to lose it. He's not really losing it. He lost it. Now he's just kind of staying in that lane, sort of. Let's check this out.
One person on Kiwi Farms, like a year after I told this story, created the detail that I confronted this, or that this happened in an elevator. And then it became that I confronted this judge in an elevator. And then the story on Kiwi Farms most recently is that, like, I aggressively confronted a judge in an elevator. Because
Nick, sweetie baby, stop reading your Kiwi Farms thread, you narcissist. You can't handle it. You openly let them know that they're bothering you. Fuck, you send messages to their main guy. Like, he wasn't texting you anymore. He wasn't writing to you anymore. So you wrote to him to go, I thought you were going to block me. You're a girl, dude. You've got to stop reading Kiwi Farms. I read your Kiwi Farms thread. It's fun. It's entertaining. But you know whose Kiwi Farms thread I don't read? My own. Because I'm sure sprinkled in there is mildly positive things, but you know what the overwhelming majority of it's going to be? What a gay F word and a retard I am. I'd rather not read those things. And this is the problem you have, Nick. A lot of those things on Kiwi Farms about you are going to be true. And they're going to be things that you don't want people to know. And they're true. They're going to be feelings you have deep inside that you thought you've been hiding. So don't read them. You've clearly shown you can't handle it. Now, in fairness, if I read my Kiwi Farms thread and I read some of the shit they say about me, I could probably come on here and have a good sense of humor about it, but I don't want to see it. You know, I have no problem admitting that. I don't want to see them be mean about me. I've seen some of the visits I make, some of the cameos I make in Nick's Kiwi Farms, and a lot of those are relatively positive. You know, one guy wrote yesterday about my Instagram post where I took a picture of the studio and said, don't worry, I'm just visiting. He said, oh, Steel Toe stacking W's lately. And I was like, good, that's all I want to read about Steel Toe today. Don't mention me again. But Nick reads his Kiwi Farms thread and then comes online to tell other people about his Kiwi Farms thread and why it pisses him off. Dude, stop reading it. What are you doing? I was reading Kiwi Farms the other day, and now, first of all, there's a chunk of his audience that doesn't know what the fuck Kiwi Farms is. So he's sitting there. You ever watch someone rant and seethe about something and you have no idea what the situation is? So you're just kind of sitting there nodding, and then they go, oh, so you agree with me? And you're like, yeah, sure. But in reality, you're going, what the fuck is he talking about? So Nick goes on there and goes, Kiwi Farms, a year after I told this story, Kiwi Farms started saying that I did this and I did it. Okay, Nick, does it matter that they're saying that? Does it matter? No, it doesn't matter that they're saying it. They could say you brought a fucking pig. You brought 3 pigs into the courthouse, numbered 1, 2, and 4, and you let them loose in the courthouse and played a hilarious prank. And if that never happened, it still doesn't fucking matter because it's people on a message board on the internet.
this sounds like a reasonable thing for an attorney to do, is to aggressively confront a judge in an elevator.
Nick, you got fucking shit-faced and coked out on stream and said that a judge had liquor coming out of her pussy. You're not exactly the most reliable guy for responsible shit an attorney would do. He's talking like he has credibility and the benefit of the doubt should be given to him. Quite the opposite. If someone tells me a crazy Nick did a retarded thing story, I go, well, I clearly have to believe this until I'm proven otherwise.
Especially when I'm like a larger man and the judge is a smaller woman.
So what? Your wife's like 5 feet, 5'2", and you stood over her and fucking screamed at her. You cornered her in my bathroom and were fucking screaming at her. And she's probably shorter than this judge is. So what does size have to do with it? You stood right over her and were fucking screaming at her while I was standing in the bathroom with a baseball bat telling you to back the fuck off because you were acting like a lunatic, and then you walked away and started hitting yourself in my kitchen. You goddamn psychopath.
Height-wise Like, we're talking about a pretty significant difference here.
Nick, if that judge didn't give you your way and didn't agree with you, I could 100% see you berating her in an elevator. Yes, and Nick's like, does that sound like a reasonable thing for an attorney to do? No, but it sounds like a reasonable thing for you to do. I have no problem believing that story. Why did you take down your wife's beautiful gift she gave you, too? To put up a gaudy, shitty Joker painting and a Johnny Depp painting to remind you of, what you lost. Your wife spent a fuckload of money on a beautiful gift for you, a beautiful painting, and you took it down. Why? Because there's alcohol bottles on it? You're still drinking, retard.
The suggestion that I confronted this judge in an elevator and aggressively berated her for this thing is fucking ludicrous.
Yes, for a normal person. But I have bad news. You're not a normal boy. I know your mommy and daddy told you were different. They were right, but not in the way they think they were.
But this is people's headcanon on Kiwi Farms, like around me. Now, look, I'm not.
People think I headbutt bitches. It's something that's out there. It's part of being a public figure. People say dumb shit. It happens. Own it. Who gives a fuck? This guy reads his Kiwi Farms thread and then he goes, I have to control the way these people think. That's why Drex is gone. That's why all of your friends are gone. That's why you have 2 women that you can browbeat and brainwash, and that's all you got. And for a whole summer, you didn't even have kids you could do that to, which, I mean, that's a different topic for a different day, poor kids. But you do this to people, Nick. You obsess over what they think about you, and you don't let people have space and ownership of the way they think because you're worried the way they think might not work out best for you, so you have to immediately get in there and start fucking with them. That's why you lose everybody.
Not doing the thing where it's like, oh, Nick found this thing. He's gonna say that everything. No, it's just like, this is an example. This is an example of part of the problem that I was trying to tell Josh about, like a year and a half ago,
from the shower.
He started looking at Shota again or whatever he does.
Shota is, I had to learn this. I didn't know what the fuck this was because I'm not a gay dork. It's animated CP, I guess. That's good, Nick. That accusation always works out really well for you. Like the guy, you're watching a man out of control is what's happening. You're watching a man out of control. Drunk Cat with $5 says, is this a rerun episode again? Yeah, I wouldn't watch it if I were you. It's going to be complete fucking dog shit. No, we're going to cover these few clips, and then I've got a woman who burned her pussy off getting laser removal. So we've got some shit coming. Let me get this out of the way. Chevy JB with $5 says, I buy 2 pairs of boots and switch every day on year 3 of my boots. Just lost my waterproof this year. Oh, pour one out for homie's waterproof. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, make kids healthy food. If they don't want to eat it, they can go to bed hungry. Since when did parents become soft pussies that let kids run the show and dictate what's on the table? Fucking millennials, dude. I think Nick's a Gen Xer. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, you, the big bad boxer, need a baseball bat to scare little Nick from yelling at Kayla, fucking pussy. Also, that scene you just described sounds pure inbred trailer park trash. Well, it was after a night out at the old karaoke bar. That was an embarrassing night. No, the bat was kind of cool. The bat, getting a bat and you feel like Sting a little bit. Mick Buster says Nick seems like a millennial all the way. Well, wait a minute. 43 that would be 1981. That means he was born in 81. What years are millennials? Please be 82. Please be 82. Please be 82. 81 and 96. Fuck my ass. Shit cock. Damn it. I've never said this before, but I want to be a Gen Zer. Honky says the bat wasn't the only thing swinging that night. Oh, that's right. That whole fight started because Kayla didn't want to admit to Nick that she wanted to go hang out with me in bed and that Nick should go hang out with April. And Nick was like, I just want to hear you say it. Would you just fucking say it? Because they were texting in the back seat to each other. April and I were up front. And Kayla and Nick were in the back. And Nick was going like, so what do you want to do? And then Kayla clearly wanted, we all kind of had the idea of what we were doing. And she wouldn't tell him like directly. So he kept berating her about it. And that's what they ended up fighting about. And it's like, fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Can we stop? Let's go to the next clip from Malcolm X. Malcolm X writes on the comment to that video, bold move from Rekieta considering his ongoing matter with Montegraph. Rekieta likes to accuse the state of lying, but what exactly are the lies? According to Nick, when the state says the cocaine he shared with April Imholt was out in the open on April's credit cards, they're lying because it was in a container out in the open. All right, let's see this clip. Now, Nick is watching John DiCaprio's coverage of April's hearing. Nick thinks that John is a Rekieta guy because Nick's given him a few shekels during his live streams, when in reality, John DiCaprio is a nobody guy. So he was making fun of April during this, and he was playing another win for the toe, so Nick just tapped out of it immediately. Let's go in and watch Nick cover this and lie his ass off. Let's put me up in the corner. Oh, look at Aaron and April back together again.
Table, and there's like 10 people all standing around.
Oh shit! Nope. This is into the clip. Here we go.
The complaint says following items were located in the master bedroom near the nightstand: black vial with white substance inside that field tested positive for cocaine and weighed 2.2 grams. That's not out in the open. And the reason that matters is because
he talks like such an educated homosexual, but he's the dumbest fucking guy in the world. It's the weirdest juxtaposition ever. Because that's actually not out in the open because that matters. Because it's like, shut up, you college sophomore law student. Fuck off.
There's an actual statute in Minnesota that says if drugs are out in the open, then anyone in the room is presumptively in possession of them.
This is another thing Nick kept doing and why he shouldn't be talking about this case on stream. In order to simp for his best gal, April, he had to keep admitting there was cocaine in the house, which he has not been admitting. He had to also admit, hey, it wasn't hers. Well, then, dipshit, if it's not hers, it's yours. It's just... Oh, so the things some daddies do for their daughters. I tell you what.
It avoids this problem that you can kind of imagine in a hypothetical scenario where there's like a mountain of meth, right, on a table.
Bro, just say cocaine. You already had cocaine in your house. You can run with that.
And there's like 10 people all standing around, and they all go, it's that one. It's like, it's that someone else's meth, right? Like everybody's pointing at everybody else's meth. They do the Spider-Man thing. His meth, his meth, his meth. Minnesota created a law that says if drugs are out in the open, then everyone who's in the presence of them is presumptively in possession of it.
Oh my God. Now, he is wrong, but like, let's take what he says as gospel. Did he just say that all the coke was everybody's? Bitch, if you keep going down this road, you're going to get your girl popped for 2nd degree. Shut the fuck up. Right now, it's 5th degree, and she can get it plead down if she rats on you. The advice you should be giving her is blame me. You know how much of a hero Jesus Christ move it would be if you went, blame me, testify against me. I will take the fall for all this. We will get your charges dropped. That's what you should be doing right now. That's what a good boyfriend would do. But then again, you've only been Nick Rekieta, and being a good partner is not exactly one of your strong suits. Am I right? Why? So, falling on the grenade is what you should be doing, but you want other people to do it for you. You want to push them onto the grenade, but convince them it was their idea.
At the time, for the purposes of the statute. And so this is interesting because without that fact, it's possible this complaint is deficient on its face, and it's possible.
Nick, we're past that part. The judge already said it's good. It's good. And Nick, just because it's in a container does not mean it's not out in the open. Like I said, this watermelon is in a container. I brought visual aids today. So does Nick when he shows up on stream. Different kind. This is in a container. It's still out in the open. Even if I put a lid on this and it's in a container, it's still out in the open. Fucking hell, dude. You got to explain shit to him like he's a 2-year-old.
Well, this complaint is deficient as it still stands. Because
what?
they're not out in the open. So there's nothing here then established.
But it was out in the open. Can I tell you the real reason why he's going on this rant that he had to pause in the middle of because he knows he's full of shit? Is because April wanted him to go live, make me feel better about getting my ass kicked in court today. April's sitting in the corner, burning a hole through him with her stare, saying, tell these people I'm innocent. And now he's going on and, trying to be a good soldier, but he doesn't have much to work with. Data. I cannot make bricks without clay. He is a clayless mason.
Possession. They could maybe try. Again, maybe they have different facts. I don't know. But from what they've put in the complaint, there's nothing. First of all, they don't even allege the possession, but there's nothing actually establishing the possession by April. The only thing that
there is cocaine with her name on it. They have 2 of her active debit cards that have her name on them, and there's cocaine on them. I can't imagine why this guy's not a practicing attorney. I can't figure it out. Between him getting his ass kicked in his case and now him getting April's ass kicked in her case, I don't get it. I don't understand.
Would be establishing it, would be this out in the open sort of comment, puts it presumptively under the possession because of that special statute. And this is one of those things where this is a lie. Like, this is an officer of the court. This is the prosecutor.
In fairness, Nick would know what a lie is. He's well versed. Nick also does this thing where if he did this to me, he did this to Kayla, he does this to everybody. If someone disagrees with him, it's not a good faith disagreement. It's not an interpretation different than his. It's a lie. Like, he doesn't have a lot of confidence in his own ability to make an argument and persuade. So he settles on, well, you're lying. And he panics about it. And he gets worked up about it. And it's like, Nick, no, the prosecution isn't lying. And by the way, Nick, if you're accusing the prosecution of lying, let's release that body cam and let's find out. Let's show it to the world. He's going on a stream right now and he keeps accusing cops and prosecutors and judges of lying. Let's fucking put it out there then. Let's fucking do it. What do you say? No? Why? Why? But he does this thing where because the prosecutor interprets the law different than he does, and Kristen Pierce is 9,000 times the lawyer that you are, Nick. If you even wake up and think you're in Miss Pierce's league, you should wake up and apologize. So he disagrees with the interpretation. So he goes, well, they're lying. No, they're not lying. They just understand the law better than you. She had a container of cocaine on her credit cards. It was her. You even said it yourself, Nick. If it's there out in the open, it's everybody's. Well, guess what? It's everybody's, but that means it's yours too. So Nick just admitted to at least 5th degree possession.
In this case, and she's representing to the court that this was different than what is in the actual complaint.
Wrong. Oh, that's the end of the clip. Wrong. Boy. Then we've got Malcolm X with some gymnastics here. Nick Rekieta has responded to his girlfriend April Imholt's court failure by manically streaming what can only be described as a lot of ill-advised statements related to him's own drug conviction case. He also accuses the state of the potentially malicious action and lying. Let's go ahead and catch up with you guys a little bit here before we go to this next clip. Would be a shame if she suddenly figures it out, says Sam Show. Sam Show also says April owns his ass and she has no idea. I think she knows. I think she got him to stream last night. For sure. She got him to stream last night. McBuster says the prosecutor and his team watched that, both backgrounds next to each other, and she's saying she was just visiting. It's so fucking dumb. They are dumb as fuck. Yeah. Oh, no, she's just visiting. She doesn't live here. Goes to, as they're trying to get it thrown out for that reason, she's in his studio. Bone Cold says Nick cares about one person and one person only, himself. He will destroy his family to save his ass. He already has. These kids have to live with it. Damage done, dude. Damage done. The only way you can maybe reverse some of that is you admit to what you did, you go to rehab, you go to therapy, you get fixed up, you become somebody else, and you can become a better... The you are is never going to be a good dad. You're always going to be a failure to those children. You're going to hurt those kids because you can't help it. It's an impulse in you. You can try to be the best you can. You can swear to God that it's going to be different this time, but Nick, that's who you are to your marrow. You're going to hurt them until you become somebody else, until you get better. You've already ruined your family. Bigot on socialist media says Nick is watching right now and still doesn't think he's a retard. He should not be watching me. This is not good for him. This is bad for his mental health. It must be very easy to become an attorney, says McBuster. I should pass the bar. I've literally said since I met Nick, I was like, maybe I should just become a lawyer. It does not seem hard. You know, like I watch the people prosecuting Nick and I go, this job is fucking tough. And then I watch Nick talk about being a lawyer and I go, this is the easiest fucking thing in the world. Are you kidding? Honky says Nick didn't pass the bar. He went in it and developed alcoholism. Oh, man. But it's not out in the open, Aaron. The container is out in the open, not the cocaine. Is the watermelon out in the open? The watermelon's out in the open. Elza Belza says, this is so weird. He's on stream talking about his girlfriend while his wife and kids are in the house. This is all levels of crazy, right? That, you know, it's hard for me because I lived in the fucked up situation, so it's a little more like normal sometimes. But watching regular people go, he's in his studio with his girlfriend talking about his girlfriend's case while his wife and children are in the house. Rah! Kraken Slappin says, I just want to see Nick go to court and then go to jail. Listening to him is painful. Let him stream from there, though. McBuster says, I hope Nick fights this to the end. It's so fun to watch how delusional and slimy he is. Fauci's Pangolin says, I'm going through New London and Spicer. Anything you want me to say to April, and do I have to have my pants on? No, I'm good. $1 from Buffalo Jockey says, April lives essentially over even if she gets clean. Oh, I think he means life is essentially over even if she gets clean. She either end up unalive from an OD and end up in a homeless encampment or become a washed up addict waiting tables living off welfare. I don't know. You can make enough to live on your own if you wait tables. She doesn't have any children. She's 0 for 8 in that regard. Sam Show says kids' mental health is all that matters, but to be honest, I also don't actually care. Wow. Honky says his chatters were baffled as to who April was and the fact that he admitted to the presence of cocaine. He dodged those topics for months, and now voila. You know, that's a good point, too. Nick has been spending all this time going, what cocaine? Cops can bring whatever into your house. Who knows if that's cocaine or not? And now he goes on, admits it's cocaine, and then starts talking about April and starts going, oh, yeah, April. And then all of the people in his chat who are fans of him, who have seen him as Trad Dad, go, well, wait a minute, who's April? These people have insulated themselves from anything Nick criticism, and now Nick's got to explain to these people, well, she's my girlfriend. And they're like, but you and Kayla have such a loving marriage. And then I couldn't hear, I wouldn't be able to hear what Nick said because I'd be going, P-Dog, what's up, P-Dog with 199 says, watermelon, P-Dog, you're a big fucking dude. I don't want to make jokes. You're baiting me into making a joke that if I see you at our next show, you're going to kick my fucking ass. I don't enjoy this setup. All right, fine, here we go. Mr. P-Dog, that watermelon show is good. Oh, it smell like a good melon. You look at this, P-Dog. Take a look, P-Dog. Oh my goodness, you put a twang of salt on a sweet melon and it bring out them accents. P-Dog, I put a little salt on a watermelon and it brings out a sweet note from the melon. Oh, I think I left that out overnight. That's warm. That was, not worth a PD Green. Actually, you know what? That's still delicious. You know what? That's staying here. You know what? I'm going to keep this watermelon in this container out in the open, if you don't mind. It's too much salt on that piece, though. A little too much came out. Sam Show says, why is there a salt shaker on your desk, you fat fucker? It came down with the watermelon. P-Dog Knight with 199 says, yep, that was bait. I'm coming. God damn it. I fucking knew it. Where are we at today, guys? Oh, we're still over 300? We got this. 305 away from today. Go ahead and throw us a couple of bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, etc. Never mind, we're at 300. OG Honky with $5 says, black people don't put salt on watermelon. They sprinkle Kool-Aid on it. It's fucking racist, dude. That's fucking disgusting, OG Honky. You should be fucking ashamed of yourself. Wild Saffron says, be nice to P-Dog. He's African royalty. Seriously, it's true. Oh, well then in that case, Lingawa. Sorry. New guy says 300 yen. Oh, so. In circumspect, I always wondered why everything in the Orient was so small, yet so expensive. All right, let's continue on with these clips. We got a couple more left, so for those of you who don't like this shit, look, it's just there's been a lot of news surrounding it. Look, a former co-host of ours, a person who worked for this company, was just in court yesterday, and then someone else did a 2-hour seethe stream to try and protect their feelings. This is a pretty impressive happening. Let's go to this 2-minute clip of Nick making, let's just say, Nick making fucking statements about the case that he shouldn't be making. Get ready. This one's fun.
Watermelon. Kayla did not inform a child protection worker that Imholt is a live-in nanny.
Oh, she didn't? Because I'm pretty sure she did. What, you think they just pulled that out of their asshole? Huh? All right. Now P-Dog has me eating the watermelon like Petey Green. Now, did the officers just go, you know what? We're just going to write down that Kayla said that she's the live-in nanny. Fuck off. I mean, just like, what do you take us for? A bunch of idiots? Kayla Ricada informed child protection workers that Imholt is their live-in nanny. And by the way, she was. When April left this show, she left to go become the new Cheney. She went to become the new nanny. That's fact. That's what she left to go do. When their nanny left, we worked out a schedule where I said, April, you can go help them drive the kids around like after the show and before this show, or when you're not on the show, you can go help them drive the kids around. She was, that was the job. So don't get mad at Kayla for telling the truth. One of you guys should.
A child protection worker asked Kayla, according to the other complaint, what the status of our live-in nanny, Cheney, actually, what the status of our...
Wait a minute, guys, hold on. Nick's got to prep his lie. It's not ready to come out of the oven yet. So just wait. He had to stop and rephrase.
Live-in nanny, Cheney, actually, what the status of our nanny was, our former nanny, Cheney, who she described as basically a live-in nanny. The CPS worker did. Kayla indicated that April was our nanny. And the CPS worker took that and made that into April being a live-in nanny.
Oh, wow. That is fucking weak sauce, bro. Now, truth serum in your veins and the side piece not sitting right next to you, do you say the same thing? Shut up. Don't even answer it. You're insulting our intelligence, bitch. No fucking way. Oh, man. How mad do you think he was at Kayla for saying that? How mad was Nick at Kayla for telling the truth? That April was a live-in nanny.
Should not say she was the live-in nanny because we have never had a live-in nanny.
Sure.
Ever. Our former
What was April then?
nanny was not a live-in nanny. April is not a live-in nanny. We don't have a bedroom for a live-in nanny.
That's why she slept in yours. You didn't have a bedroom for me either. I slept next to your wife, remember? Nick, you can't do this shit when there's a person out in the wild who can fact check your shit. I was there, buddy. I was there. And you think after I left, when there was more room in that bed, that you guys went, oh, okay, guys, this is inappropriate. This is inappropriate. We should probably not. No, you guys sprawled out a little more and you got a little more space because the biggest guy in the room took off.
All our bedrooms are full of kids.
I mean, they weren't this summer, but yeah, I get the idea. Plenty of room for April to stay there this summer, though.
So, that being said, this is one of those things, though. It gets put in the complaint that this is what is said.
Isn't it amazing whenever anything looks bad for Nick, the other person is just always magically lying? It must be really difficult for Nick to live in this world full of liars and gypsies, tramps, and thieves, and him being the only honest man left alive. I never realized the struggle that this man puts up with on a daily basis. That all these people are liars, and he's the only honest man left. It's got to be tough.
Not what was said. That is what the CPS worker decided to label our former nanny as, even though she never lived in our home.
They're all out to get you, Nick. They're all out to get you. It's a conspiracy. Barnes was right.
Oh, she says, technically or basically, I can't remember the exact wording, but it's either technically or basically a live-in nanny. And then that gets put onto Kayla as her making this claim, but that didn't happen.
Is this before or after you screamed at Kayla for saying that and hit yourself 50 times in the dome? Nick, we have like documented evidence that hitting yourself in the head causes brain damage. And I mean by watching you.
But, of course, now what has happened? The officers have used that statement in part as a basis for bringing this charge. So here we have a government.
Isn't it amazing every time Nick or anyone that's important to his case has anything bad about them happen, the other person just magically happens to be lying? Holy shit, this guy must have the worst luck in the entire world.
Worker. And again, this isn't.
I had an order of protection out on me. I violated it. Nobody lied about the violation. I violated.
This isn't like this some malicious lie, right?
Oh, it's not their fault.
This is
Listen to this narcissistic manipulation. He's like, it's not like it's a malicious lie. You know, I understand why they did it. And you know what? Really, I forgive them because I understand. You are a fucking textbook.
Some statement. I mean, maybe it is. I don't know. I'm not going to accuse her of that at this point.
No, because you're a
she
good
lies
man.
in other places plenty of times.
Ooh. She lies in other places plenty of times. Well, you know what would show whether or not she's lying, buddy, is that body cam. That's what would prove whether or not all this is bullshit. I'm on your side. I agree with Nick. Release the body cam footage. Nick's right. We got to release that body cam footage so we can get to the bottom of this government conspiracy. You hear that, detectives? You hear that, officers? You hear that, attorneys? Nick and I are teaming up, and we're going to get that body cam footage released, and we're going to show that you're all full of malarkey.
But giving her the benefit of the doubt, this is a statement
of course.
where she's like, well, you guys have like a nanny or whatever, right? Like a live-in or something. And then, because that's not our nanny. Actually, April over there is our nanny. She replaced the former one. She goes, oh, so the CPS worker goes, that's the live-in nanny, and writes it down. That becomes now a fact.
Well, did Kayla say no? God, he's even bad at lying. God, it's just all so, he goes into this convoluted fucking rant. It's just you want to look at him, you want to put your hand on his shoulder and go, shh, just stop. Stop. Just stop now. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, calling April a co-host is a stretch. She was the space cadet that occupied the chair next to you and added nothing to the show. She just happened to be hot in the eyes of your fat, desperate audience. Ew. Honky says, the old nanny Cheney is kind of cute, not going to lie. Cheney? Oh, Cheney was a fucking sweetheart. She was very cute. I like Cheney. I feel really bad about that because she was really good. She kept that house running. As you can see, it fell apart without her. But she was at their beck and call, man. She did so great. And she was very cute and she was very nice. She had a great personality. The only problem is she was wise to what was going on, and none of them knew that she was wise to going on. I remember talking to Kayla about it multiple times. I'm like, Cheney knows something's up. And Kayla's like, you think something? Yeah. How can you not? Like, I come over here and I walk straight back to your bedroom. That's inappropriate. You know? You're not supposed to do that. That's not normal behavior. That's not what guests do. Guests don't go into a married woman's house. A male guest does not come to a married woman's house and then just beeline it right for her bedroom and hang out with her with the door closed. That's not what happens. And so Cheney would see that, and I think because of us, she quit. And I remember this was after I was gone. Kayla wrote me, and she goes, I talked to Cheney today, and apparently you weren't the only one who couldn't take it anymore. She said Cheney basically said the same thing you did about why she left, that she couldn't take it anymore. It wasn't right. And then I don't want to say what Cheney did after that. That's her privacy, her business, whatever. But it certainly wasn't being a nanny that she had a problem with. It was being around the degeneracy of the Ricadas and the Imholtz that she had a problem with. And I totally get it. Snowcat Tish says, I can't believe when Kayla said April was the live-in nanny, the DA believed April is the live-in nanny. The audacity of the district attorney. Well, remember, Nick said she didn't say that, and then he came up with some convoluted word salad that definitely proved his point. $1 from Buffalo Jockey says Nick should have hired a nanny for his nanny so his nanny can have a clean bathroom. That's the other house. Although Nick's bathrooms were fucking gross, too. It isn't Nick who needs to feel they are all out to get him. Kayla needs to feel this for the sake of her children to have a free mind. This isn't going to age well for Kayla, and April is just more fuel. Honky says after the kids got taken by CPS, April was like the sixth Ricada kid who essentially escaped the evil government's clutches. Every time Nick goes to sleep, he has to see the shroud of Torin jizz stains Aaron left on his sheets. And leave him on the sheets. JM says, starting to think Ricada isn't 100% honest. Wait, what? Take it back, you fucking pig. You don't think he's 100% honest? And all this while he's fighting for you and your rights? You fucking scoundrel. How fucking dare you? All right, how many clips does this guy have left? Jesus. All right, we got, it looks like 2 more clips left on this deal. This one is quick. It's 16 seconds. Nick Ricada likes to gaslight that he never made any claims related to his case and has never implied a state conspiracy against him. You know what's funny about this? He just implied a state conspiracy. All right, go ahead.
But the assistant county attorney may not be doing their job well for a lot of things. Like, I won't get too deep into speculation. I know you guys are smart and will figure out some reasons.
What a manipulative cunt. What a manipulative piece of shit. Do you know how many times I would throw this fucking guy out of a conversation for pulling bullshit like this? I know you guys are smart. I don't need to get into speculation. Nick, that's planting speculation into their head, and you fucking know it is. You're not good at this. There's a lot of reasons the attorney might lie, and I'm not going to get into speculation. You guys are smart. You can do that. I mean, maybe they weren't thinking about it before, but now you told them to. I didn't tell them to. Show where I explicitly said they should do that. You fucking idiot.
Well, that might be, but I have reasons to not talk about it, unfortunately. boring. But
Really? You have reasons to not talk about why? You talk about everything else. You're not tricky. All right, last clip. Let's get through these, and then let's get to people burning off their pussies with lasers. Nick Rekieta has responded to his girlfriend April Imholt's court failure by manically streaming what can only be described as a lot of ill-advised statements related to him and his own drug conviction case. He also accuses the state of potential malicious action and lying about evidence. Is this the same clip? This might be a duplicate, so we might be done.
Kayla did not inform a child protection worker.
Okay, that's the same clip. I would really like to see the clip where Nick spurgs out at John from Win by 2 and stops covering the video. I would love to see that. When I read about that, I went, oh, that is fucking great. Oh, here we go. Oh, thank you, Malcolm X. What a fucking guy this guy is. Says, Aaron, here is the clip where Nick gets shook by the guy playing the Another Win for the Toe. He pauses it soon after and then reads super chats and then ends the Zoom segment soon after. His face when you popped up was amusing, but honestly, it isn't the greatest clip. Oh, on the farms, they made it sound really cool. All right.
I did just a second ago.
Are you waiving reading of the complaint, deferring entry of a plea, and demanding an omnibus hearing?
Lock her up.
Yes.
And are you
John just yelled, lock her up. Okay, go back. That was funny. I'll give John that.
hearing?
Lock her up.
Yes.
What a fucking shithead.
And are you wanting the contested omnibus hearing right away?
Or
Or do you want to be on the uncontested block first?
I think we'd
Another win for the
rather
toe.
be on the uncontested block because every now and then discovery issues pop up.
No, look at Nick's face. Go back. I gotta see Nick's face again.
Block because every now and
Uncontested block first.
I think we'd
Another win for the
rather
toe.
be on the uncontested block because
Oh, hello, darkness, my old friend.
every now and then discovery issues pop up.
Yep, and that's fine. The purpose in our county for the uncontested omnibus is
Why are we swaying in our chair now? Why are we swaying?
for the defendant to either demand or waive the contested omnibus. So it does buy you a little time, and if the case is not assigned, we'll assign it once you demand or waive omnibus.
I can't get over. She's in Nick's studio. Oh, poor Abe. She's gonna cry.
And then he stopped. Oh my God. I'm enjoying this a little too much. I think he paused it more because of John being a smartass than the another win for the toe thing. I think they got that wrong. I think John was being a dick, and so Nick stopped it. Oh, that was funny.
Demand or waive omnibus.
I can't get over. She's in Nick's studio. Oh, poor Abe. She's gonna cry.
And then he pauses it.
AJME CD says, wait, the prosecutor said she was a user.
He goes right into the super chats. Oh, John, you piece of shit. How do you live with yourself? How do you do that? You piece of human garbage. Trucker 18-wheeler with $2 says he said he can talk about it because it's not his case. It's related, but not his case. But Nick, you understand, like, you commenting on her case can make it about your case very quickly. Like, anything you deny that she did technically puts it on you because it was found in your house. You guys are co-conspirators, basically, in many ways. So you can't comment on her without making comments about yourself. But hey, you know what? We didn't go to law school, and we know that. So obviously, you got to know that too. It's called self-control, fuckhead. Learn some. Helgi, that's coming from me. Helgi said, Aaron, how come you never say how smart your own chat is? Would it kill you to compliment us from time to time? Sheesh. Well, you guys are very sharp. But, dude, okay, you guys are very smart, but we're comparing you to Nick. So take it easy. Where's the show them tits clip? Oh, that's where them tits are. Show us how them tits are, April. Somebody yelled at the end of the thing. That was very funny. $5 from Los Federales. Thank you, buddy. $2.95 away from today. Let's go ahead and put a rush on that. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, etc. Let's go on a run and get her to 200. Fuck it. It's the last day of a goal for the week. So why don't you guys just get irresponsible with your money and just start flooding us with cash? That sounds good for all this high energy, early morning entertainment you're getting. Los Federales says, this is Nick trying to win his court case. Okay, let's take a look. Oh no! It really looked like he had it there for a second. I really thought, I go, where's this going? This looks like another win for the Nick. And then King Kong Dong says, you have the right to remain silent, Nick. I just didn't have the ability. Chevy fan, here we go. He sends the clip. Or here he sent the clip. Hannibal Lecter's cell neighbor told April, I can smell your cunt. Why the smelly cunt jokes? I, for one, cannot. Let's go to the clip. The chat gets really mad at me for my coverage of this because I do not believe the guy is saying, let's see how them tits fart. And that has become a point of contention. A lot of people have been upset with me for not believing that it's, let's see how them tits fart. I just don't believe he's saying that. Let's see. By the way, shout out to Patrick Melton. During a lot of that hearing, she's scrimping. SP was talking to me about that, and she's watched like Melton's stuff on me, and she's like, could you just at least bury the hatchet with that part and admit that the scrimping face thing is funny? And I'm like, that's funny. The scrimping thing is kind of funny. And she's like, you should listen to the movie and the scrimp song. And I'm like, I don't think I want to listen to the movie and the scrimp song. She's like, listen to the movie. I haven't done it yet. I will for overtime. I'll listen to Melton's movie and the scrimp song if we hit overtime today. I promise. I'll do that favor. But she was scrimping. She was scrimping quite hard yesterday. Meme Copium is going to talk about Rekida's cope session as well. Let's go to some of the texts here. Aaron, can you get a hammer and smash the watermelon to continue the Gallagher bit? Nick's background looks strikingly similar to April's, except April's was blurry. Weird. Thank you very much. Irony is Melton calling someone else Mooby. Yeah, I mean, he's a big fat fucker with huge tits. I mean, that's why it doesn't really hurt that much. Atomic Ray says, who said speak for the chat, go stand in the mirror and crimp yourself? Huh? Somebody says, Nick, the cocaine is in my house was not out in the open, Your Honor. I thought you said there weren't drugs in your house, Nick. I'm talking about April's case, not mine. Yes. Oh, my God. That's a very funny comment, but it's also completely true about what Nick's doing. Oh, the cocaine was not out in the open, therefore it's not April's. Nick, you're not supposed to talk about your case. I'm not, you pleb. I'm talking about April's. Well, that means the cocaine is yours. Why are you lying? Somebody says, let's see how them tits part, they could have said. Well, you know what? Fuck it. Let's find out. Chevy fan, what do we got? Oh. Video not available. Did he take it down? Wow. John had like one of his most successful fucking streams, and he took it down? Why? Ooh, Meme Copium's on.
Subject to conditions.
Oh, he's watching the
Conditions are as follows. Don't leave the state of Minnesota without prior court approval.
Oh, that's...
Should we send Meme Copium a quick super chat here and see if he gets to it? There we go. Let me in the fucking chat, Meme Copium. Do I have my new... Do I have my new card set up on my Google account? Your great show. Great show. Love the work. Why Emotep? It's hurtful. Have a good stream. buddy. Thanks. Buy and send. And now let's
That's
see.
the worst. That's the worst penalty. It's like sentencing someone to a lifetime. You can't
Buy?
leave Minnesota. Oof.
you
And
can't. You can't leave
of alcoholic
Minnesota.
beverages or mood altering substances that are
Oh, she has to be in Minnesota. And
Hold on a minute, guys. I got to change my fucking Google Pay thing. Oh wait, it's this one, right?
prescribed to you and submit to any form of
Yeah,
testing
there we
to
go.
verify that you are abstaining.
Perfect. All
The
right.
Testing can be at the demand of law enforcement.
Let's see if Meme Copium picks up our $10. And I just want to shout out from Meme Copium.
They're very
that's
generous
all.
in my chat, though. I like my Scandinavian chat boys. Hey, look, it's Aaron. Aaron in the chat. Another win for the toe. Says, great show. Love the work. Why Emotep? That's hurtful. Have a great stream, buddy. Thanks. Much appreciated, Aaron. It's because I didn't know how to say Imholte. Literally just had
all right.
no idea.
Enough
because
of this.
Australians have problem with vowels. Just if you ever seen a video of Australians trying to say no, that's not true.
Hold on.
It's very difficult. So I was just like, I thought that was funny. I like.
Listen here, you half a Kiwi.
But I think I'm actually. I think you're only like 2 months older than me. So
Is
it's not like an age
pronounced
reference or anything like that. But speaking of Aaron,
Holt.
Reindeer also said Aaron's reaction to this was funny and annoying. I don't know about that, but I do have one Aaron clip I need to play. This was like I saw this is really funny.
Ooh,
This is really
I
funny.
like a
Check
funny
this
me
out.
clip. Let's see. Ooh, funny me. He's gonna watch me
You know
be
what
funny.
You shouldn't say this while you're doing a show. You shouldn't really promote other people's shit, I guess. But I'm really looking forward to watching Meme Copium before therapy today. Klopogram says, "Why?"
That is just me saying I'm going to go to therapy. I'm going to watch Meme Copium.
Oh my
before
god,
therapy.
that's too funny. That's too funny. Looking forward to the meme show before therapy. I love that. That's great. Like you go in there, Miss Steinberg. She's like, Miss Steinberg, I know.
Why
you
is
gotta
she Miss
check out this meme copium guy? He's hilarious. And she's like, tell me more about this, Mr. Meme Copium. This is $200 an hour, by the way. But tell me more about this esoteric stream for some guy in Japan. Oh my goodness, that's too funny. Oh my god. I hope she's not fleecing you for that. Like you should just tell her to watch me on replay.
She's doing great.
But thank you for the shout out and the $10. Much appreciated.
Im
Can we
Holt.
hit it, chat?
Im Holt. All right, so there's Meme Copium. I like him. He's a funny guy. All right, $1 from Buffalo Jockey says, when are you going to move on from the junkies? Also, when are you going to schedule a co-host to fill in for the cripple in the mornings and your racist brother in the evenings? Why does anyone have to fill in for them? I like doing these hangouts with you guys, and then I like doing shows with them. That's fun. Rumor Honky says, rumor has it that Melton is fleeing to Estonia because they don't have an extradition treaty with the U.S. for the Shuli producer CP arrest scared the living bejesus out of his fat ass. Oh, see, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if that's true. Thank you guys for your contributions. $2.95 is the number. All right, throw some money at us for moving on. How's that? If you don't want to see us continue to do this shit, we're moving on to vaginas getting burnt off. We got barbecue. We got pussies being burnt by lasers. We've got Biden being beat by the Supreme Court. We're kind of all over the place today. The favorite might be the pussy hair story. There is a war, and it has been going on since sometime in the early to mid 90s against pussy hair. Women want to fucking see it gone because they believe that men like it better. If I could weigh in on this very controversial subject, no hair on the pussy. And I'll do my best to keep mine free of hair as well. I think this should be reciprocated. I think this is a war worth fighting. I believe that women should stay hair-free for their mans. Unless he's into that shit and he's a fucking weirdo, in which case check his hard drive. Pussy hair is it's hair and get it out of there. I want bald from the eyebrows down. SC Motorsports says no hair is for PDFs. I disagree. You and I may have grown up in a different era. There was just never hair. You know, before Kayla, the oldest person I had slept with, age difference wise, was 12 years. That person was 36 and I was 24. And it must have been different in her generation because she had some. And I remember that fucked me up a little bit because I'd never encountered that in all my days. I think when I started fucking when I was 17, I was 24. 7 years, and never encountered it. You know, just like the stubble when your girlfriend's like, it's just been a few days. I didn't feel like shaving. It's like, get in there, you fucking monster, and do your job. But this woman just kind of had some growth. That was weird, and I knew I didn't like it. And then the next time I hooked up with her, she didn't have any. So I think I must have given off a vibe that I didn't like it. Or she was just lazy as fuck. But, oh no, I guess Kayla would still be she was the oldest age-wise, but not age difference. We're only like 3 years apart. But, no, you should shave your pussy. It's better. It's nicer. It's kinder. But then I think guys should do it too. Guys should be, hacking off all that hair. Make your dick look a little bigger. I don't care if you got a small dick, a regular dick, a big dick. A few an optical inch here and there is everybody could use it. It doesn't matter what you're packing. Making it look a little more impressive. That's just presentation, You learn that in culinary school. Dead Game says it works two ways, you nasty bastard. That's what I'm trying to say. Zen Man Build says, who wants hair in their throat? You can tell who eats pussy here and who doesn't. You can tell the guys who are like black and they're like, that gay. Fucking eating pussy be gay, dude. Sorry, P-Dog. And you can tell who are the generous lovers who are like, it's nice to eat pussy once in a while. If you eat pussy, you don't want hair. It's just... Nobody wants to sound like a Persian cat after they eat pussy. Last time I saw a bunch of burning pussies, someone threw a Molotov cocktail in a crowd of Canadians, says Honky. That's a creative joke. Hulkamash Baby says, you better not pay a Stein or a Berg for therapy, you traitor. No, I don't think they're tribal, as it were. SC Motorsport says, nice small landing strip or patch. No fucking points. No point. Nana's Clam says, ew, Aaron likes his girls to look like preteens there. I just like a smooth surface to play on. What if you're a hockey player? Do you want bumps in the ice? No, you want that Zamboni to smooth it over nice so you can skate well and perform. Do you want the grass on the football field to be long? No. Sorry, I'm dying, guys. I'm sorry. Sorry, I've got pussy hair in my throat. It's very personal. But, if you're playing football, you want that turf with the black rubber particles in it. Now, I don't want a woman to have black rubber particles in her vagina, but then again, RFK's been talking about all the shit that's in the food. So, Aaron, do you use the blade or the nair on your balls? I shouldn't say it without a sponsorship, but then again, I've never reached out to them for a sponsorship, but I use that Manscaped mower thing. I like it. It's a clean shave. I enjoy it. Buffalo Jockey with $1. Sorry. What the fuck, dude? Buffalo Jockey with $1 says 12 years isn't bad, but the disturbing part is you were 21 and she was 12 years younger than you. No. She was 36. I was 24. It's totally different. Totally different than what you're presenting. Aaron tweezers his asshole. No. I had a girl in college who would, this is disgusting. I shouldn't be talking about this. But begrudge me this one story and then I'm done. There was a girl in college who was insistent on shaving my ass. Her name was Tina. She was very cute. But that's weird. There's not really a future in that, Just like we're not going to be that. No, wait. Is there no future in that, or is that like the future? Is that like the woman of your dreams if she's shaving your ass? I don't know. What is the? It's kind of weird because, if you're going to do that for the rest of my life, there's just going to be a bad day where you're hungover or something's happening. You're going to get farted on, and that's not good. Nobody wants to do that to someone they love and care about, but sometimes it's uncontrollable. Poe said, Atomic Ray says on his pubes, he uses hairspray and a lighter. Jesus. Chevy JB says, gotta have some hair. No, nice and smooth. People calling me the gay F word for this thought. I didn't know so many people liked fucking pubes in their teeth. Poe says, where did the steel toe name come from? It came from 101. They had a show called Steel Toe, and it was a good name, and it kind of represented the working class male demographic, so we went with that. Everyone thinks that Steel Toe is because I'm a hardworking man. No, it's because the people who listen to it are. I'm their clown. King Kong Dong says, why waste the time eating pussy? Just get your dick wet. Kids, let's talk. Let's talk. I believe, as the great lover Tormund Giantsbane believed, you shouldn't be going anywhere near there with your penis until she's slick like a baby seal. Take your fucking time, boys. Touch a little. Lick a little. Do some fucking stuff. You've got time. This is not a pressing issue. Do a little dance. Make a little love. Get down tonight. I'm a guy with tits. You don't want to hear this from me. Stop making me say these things. Who the fuck wants to pick pubes out of their teeth, says Sam Show. Exactly. Nana's Clam says, I don't want my woman to look like children. Guess that makes me black. Yes, it does. Certainly doesn't make you Jewish. Dead Game says, shaving your balls. But yeah, don't shave your pubes into a shape. That's for women. What if it's a swastika? Revan JJ with $1 says, gotta be clean if they want it eaten. The hairy ones always smell like outdoor fish markets in July in the South. Hair attracts smell. That's why in the summertime, okay, look, I'm going to get called gay, whatever. In the summertime, I shave my armpits. I do, because I don't want to sweat more and I don't want to stink. So hair attracts scent. Catches bacteria. Bacteria stinks. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Aaron, that type of turf is literally the reason why Sam Darnold is your quarterback right now. May want to talk to your sex pest buddy and reevaluate that position, homie. Who's my sex pest buddy? People started hating Bush after the whole Iraq invasion thing, says Honky. Maybe that's it. Citizen M says, I emailed you a Ricada clip from last night. Apologies. Tried to super chat it earlier, but it wouldn't go through. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, RFK tells you garbage that's in the food, yet you feed it to your kids because you can't be a good parent that makes your kids eat healthy food. Sorry, I'll do better. A good salad tossing doesn't involve bum hairs, says Honky. We didn't need to go here. Cheeseburger Pie says, you say back in college like you didn't go to Brown University. Dude, if I went to Brown University, I'd be cocking off about that all day long. Maybe because they have sex instead of eating out. Dude, it's warm up, bro. It's fun. It makes everything slicker and, maybe you're having a day where it's like been a few days and you're like, I don't know if I'm going to last very long. Like, I'm a little worked up. I'm a little pent up. This might be a shorter sesh than usual. You go down there, get the young lady off. It's less disappointing if you hump and pump chump and fucking squirt a little earlier. Be considerate. Think about her needs. Or just fucking barrel in there with your fucking barely adequate cock, get what you need, and then go to bed. You fucking pig. Where's romance? It's dead. It's dead. Shave your balls. Mick Luck says, now the crabs are homeless. Well, they didn't pay rent. They got evicted. SC Motorsport says, you don't eat the hair, Aaron. Just below the hair is where they need you. Yes, but if they grow enough, it funnels. It gets in the way. Then sometimes your nose touches. Get your fucking pubes off my nose. Note that unless you're eating upside down, in which case you're not getting they're not sending their best. SC Motors, yeah, you don't eat the hair. You're insane, Aaron, says DB Spull. Are we talking about the ass shaving? I don't know. Dick Kazinia says, I love the nostalgia of eating peanut butter out of shag carpet. Oh, the good old days. If you shave your pubes into a swastika, I can dibs on sucking your dick first. Oh, fucking gay. Oh. What's wrong with a snatch smelling like a Deadliest Catch scene? Not for me. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, for fuck's sake, you Black Forest cake-hoarding kraut bastard. At this point, if I'm referencing the Vikings and Sex Pest, who do you think? Good God, stop hanging around Matt and his lead paint cologne. Vikings and Sex Pest? Oh, FTW. I forgot about that. Labglass says some of us last longer than 52 seconds. Ricada is bouncing in his chair. He already lost his favorite toy. Now he's trying to keep the other one. Am I his favorite toy? Oh, you do think about me. Just because you can't get her worked up first doesn't mean we can't. That's part of the getting them worked up, bro. It's more fun. You learned that from Nick. It wasn't mentioned before that, says Dead Game. Oh, we shared notes. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, you say you'll do better, but we all know you won't, New Boot Goofin. Do your kids wash their dinner down with Coors Light or sugar-laced drinks? Doubt it's water. Always water with dinner, water or milk. And they always choose water because my son doesn't want tits. Poe says, you never needed steel toes. Dang, maybe we have less to relate to than I thought. I owe the panhandlers an apology. Well, what? I was a waiter before this. Have I ever hid from you? Have I ever hid from you? 383 Novocaine with $5 says, just take out your teeth. Then you won't get pubes in your teeth. You guys have great advice. Just the best. 285 away from today. Hey, let's hit up that PayPal and Venmo and Streamlabs. We're falling quite a bit behind today. 285 away. I'd like to be at 200 by 8 o'clock. That is probably not going to happen. But it is the last goal of the week, and I would like to knock it out. So let's start getting in there with our 5s, 10s, 20s, and 50s and see what we can come up with. Again, thank you guys very, very much for your contributions to this program. Okay, let's go to Citizen M has a Ricada clip. This is from last night.
I stole your wife. Citizen M says I ran a
Citizen M, this isn't from last night. This is an old clip.
April Anderson off the internet. Retaliate against Aaron and you're next. No, my goodness. No. Please, Citizen M. Don't run me off the internet. That would be terrible.
That would be terrible for you. You read the internet constantly and you seethe about it. I don't know what you do without it except maybe find a path to happiness. Ooh, he took a big chug. Oh,
I don't know how I'm going to live with it. Or something.
Did Citizen M really just send me this clip so he could cock off about getting his super chat read on an old Ricada episode? Citizen M, you fucking scamp.
Info.
Here's the new one. All right. Oh boy. Oh, Citizen M with $5. God damn you, Citizen M. Here he is from last night stirring the shit.
M says, I've been interviewing Local and AM, doing a video essay on the life of your wife, Kayla. Any chance you'd be willing to speak to me? I'm a nobody ST mod. No, there's no chance I'd be willing to speak to you.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, Citizen M, at least you got a straight answer.
You could pick a fun bracketed euphemism that involves something terrible you could do to yourself.
Oh, was he? Oh, he's telling Citizen M to delete himself. I see. Okay. So Nick is not happy with Citizen M saying that. Ooh, I'm Brian Cox in this clip. This could be fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first fucking thing my son's ever done right in his life.
That's me complimenting Citizen M? All right, I got to go watch that part again. Okay.
I'm a nobody ST mod. And AM doing a Citizen M says, I've been interviewing Local and AM, doing a video essay on the life of your wife, Kayla. Any chance you'd be willing to speak to me? I'm a nobody ST mod. No, there's no chance I'd be willing to speak to you. You could pick a fun bracketed euphemism that involves something terrible you could do to yourself.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first fucking thing my son's ever done right in his life.
Steel Toe Morning Show, war is coming. Oh, and he's got the Bret Hart music going and everything. Look at Citizen M with a little bit of production value in there. Oh, that was fun. That Brian Cox clip got me. That was funny. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, I love giving you shit because you always take it in stride and try to make it funny. Keep up the good work. How can you do this job and not take everything seriously? Like, how could you do this job and have people talk shit about you and then go, oh, I'm mad that stranger said something quasi mean? Who gives a fuck? Have some fun. Oh, God, Honky, I cannot read that. Reverend JJ says, Aaron and chat are pretty chill. It's what I go to sleep to and sometimes wake up to because of my vampire sleep schedule. You're like Machine Gun Kelly. You're a gay vampire. All right, guys. 285 is the number for today. Let's make a move on that. I do appreciate your guys' generosity. We've knocked out everything this week. So let's finish it off. You know what? I'm going to do this. Who's got a hundo today? Anybody feeling like drunk and stupid and wasting your money on a shitty broadcast? Who's got a clean hundo today? I like the idea of a clean hundy coming in. Call me crazy. It's just way. Or who's got a combined 10-10s? You can all work together. All right, pussy lasering. Here we go. Knew you lasers sued. Your lasers burned my armpits and vagina, claims a woman. I didn't even know the laser hair removal could do that. This is a punishment, though, for being a lazy whore. You could shave your pussy. You could wax. You could, I mean, the laser hair removal is like, you're going to let a laser go to town on your puss because what? Is the laser the one that takes it off for good, right? Like you don't have any hair anymore. Like it can't grow. So you get a little burn on your vag and then you never grow hair again. Sounds like a win. So the laser just like legit gives you alopecia of the pussy and that's it? Okay. Cool. I think Reverend JJ says, I donate this BOGO Hardee's coupon towards the goal. I used that coupon today after the show. Honky says, I give you 100, but it was just visiting. Oh, not just visiting. Damn it. You deserve it. You got away with endangering kids. Give him money, says Mr. Nobody. If I had a mustache right now, I'd be twirling it. Atomic Ray says, did your lasers burn? Oh, I get it. Laser hair removal, because this is, I see what you did there. I'm a bald piece of shit. Thank you, Atomic Ray. I appreciate it. McBuster says, sorry, I gave all my money to Johnny. He said something about moving to California and leaving the show. What? Oh, not another one. I'm starting to think it's me. Dead Game says, but how do I get into the laser hair removal business on pussy? I don't know. You got to pretend you're doing it for altruistic reasons and not because you want to stare at cunts all day. So that's step one for you, brother. All right, work on that part. Vance with $10. Hey, Vance, did Matt get you the Stoney's gift certificates? I got to mail the rest of them out this week, but he said he would get you yours. $275 away from this morning. Everybody do what Vance just did and throw us $10. Look at how happy it makes me. Look at how it makes my little tiny hat twirl on my head and go, thank you very much. Burnslot says, LOL, another host jumped ship. Damn. $1 with Buffalo Jockey says, would this remove the smell from April's snatch? Guys, why? Packer Backer says, ex of mine got her pussy lasered. It was awesome. I hate pussy hair, but they do absolutely warn of possible burns. Well, then there you go. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Aaron, nobody is saying you're bald. We're saying you're balding. There's a difference. And then Sam Show just writes, uh-oh, stinky. You guys are immature. Buffalo Jockey with $10 goes, here you go, you fucking cunt. Well, I mean, I just wanted to get to $200 by 8 o'clock. I mean, I didn't know name calling was going to be involved. But thank you. I appreciate it. $265 away from today. Hey, keep it up. Thank you, guys. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Rumble. Oh, you guys are being very nice right now. We're almost there. Get there. Thank you. Appreciate it. So on and so forth. All right, pussies, lasers. Let's get down to business. A woman went to a laser hair removal company, but got more than she bargained for. suffering insane burns to two very sensitive areas of her body, which you have to be more specific nowadays because remember, as I've been told by many news outlets now and many people with blue hair and mental problems, women can have penises too. And great penises. I see women, they have the best penises. Matter of fact, I've seen women, they have better penises than men now. I saw a woman with a penis the other day. I go, that's a better penis than mine. It's a bad impression, really. It's terrible. Amy Romero is suing New You Laser, claiming her laser hair removal appointment in February 2023 was a complete and utter disaster, resulting in burns to her underarms and vagina. Okay, cool. But do you have hair on your pussy anymore? So they gave you a little closer shave than usual. I mean, let's say your barber gives you one of those straight razor shaves and they nick you. That's not good and that's a mistake, but you knock it off their tip. You don't sue them. Jesus. There's the armpit burns. That really just looks like a black guy with a skin condition gave her fingerprints. That doesn't necessarily look like a laser burn, but that looks like it'll go away. Honestly, it looks like somebody roasted a hot dog and then rolled it down your armpit. Maybe stop being so lazy and just shave the fuckers and you won't have to worry about it. Where's the burnt pussy pic? I don't believe you if there's no burnt pussy pic. I think somebody's looking for attention. In the lawsuit obtained by TMZ, Romero claims as the procedure started, she immediately felt a burning sensation she had never felt before. Oh, her poor boyfriend or husband. And she complained to the technician about the pain. Romero says the tech assured her there was nothing to worry about, telling her the machine was set to the usual temperature and shrugging off her complaint, asking if it might be related to her menstrual cycle. That's what a based tech that guy is. Or woman, either one. That's fucking great. It's like, are you sure you're not burning my pussy? No, we do this all the time. Are you sure you aren't on your period? It's fucking great, dude. I smell something weird. Your pussy bleeding? Could be dried blood. You ever smelled someone's breath after they had a wisdom tooth removed? You might be leaking. No, I think you're burning my pussy. It smells like a vasectomy in here. We do this all the time. Maybe they usually only do white chicks. Maybe black pussies laser different. I could probably ask somebody on 4chan. They'd know. In the suit, Romero claims the tech didn't check or adjust the temperature on the machine. If she complains again, ice her. And then before you start, you put the laser on ice mode and then start lasering her pussy and then just use really shitty Arnold Schwarzenegger references from the Batman and Robin movie. It's like, what killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age. And then start lasering her pussy. That would be fun. Make it fun. In the suit, Romero... Hey, before I laser your pussy, I'm going to turn the heat up a little bit. You ever watch Pierce Brosnan try to outrun the volcano in Dante's Inferno? In the suit, Romero claims the tech didn't check or adjust the temperature on the machine and continued with the laser hair removal procedure. Ignoring further concerns Romero voiced about the laser seeming brighter and more yellow than usual. I mean, how about we go with the customer is always right, just in case? Romero says she told her tech her armpits hurt from the laser, but the tech moved on to begin treatment on her vagina, where she felt a scorching sensation from the laser. It's kind of cute. I mean, it's not my complexion, but she's gorgeous. She's very pretty. She's got a busted ass pussy, though. Pussy's all fucked up. I would, but you got a funky pussy from that laser. Your fucking pussy looks like Mason Verger now. Cardell, could you find me some dick, please? Well, when I speak, you can look right at my vagina. Yet, you looked away when I mentioned the name Jesus Christ. I don't know. I just like Mason Verger, but he was a gay dude. What's he doing talking about Christ? It's not okay. The woman claims she stopped the tech from proceeding due to the unbearable pain and says the tech nevertheless tried to continue and complete the session. That's like a guy continuing to try to finger you after you've moved his hand a few times. You know, but this time it's just a guy trying to burn off your pussy hair, not a guy trying to stick his dirty Cheetos fingers in you. That is a weird deal. That's something we had to learn over the years. Is that, kind of the old no means no, rather than no doesn't mean try again later. In high school, it's about to get real R-wordy in here, boys and girls. In high school, you would just keep trying. You thought that's what you did. And you go, come on. It's just, it was like, remember in high school when you would fuck your girlfriend and you didn't want to wear a condom because they're gay and they suck? And so you would tell her, like, did you ever try to use this one on your girlfriend? You'd go, I just want to feel closer to you. And I feel like if our skin is in contact with one another, it just, I feel you better. It's just like, no. It's just as I'm playing fucking escape the volcano before you shoot magma back in, I blow it on the rock bed. I got to, just want to make sure that process goes as quickly as possible. Let's go to the chat before we continue on with this story. Do women try to stop you from fingering them? That's a new one to me. Oh, dude, back in high school when they would like be shy and shit, or like you'd first meet a girl or whatever, and they're like, oh, just not, I don't know. Like when they wanted to like maintain their virtue, or they wanted to keep you around. Some girls will do that. Some girls will withhold for a date or two because they want to keep you around. We call those buzzkills. SC Motorsports says that sounds like a lyric from Post Malone you would use on somebody. Poe says there is the real Aaron. Oof. What? We were all 17 once. Jesus. Dead Game says, wait, so we're all considered underage R-wordists in middle school? The fuck? What do you mean? Middle school? I didn't get laid in middle school. You fucking kidding me? Dead Game says, we had to work for it, damn it. Yeah, you really did. You had to be fucking creative. That's for sure. Back in the high school days. Where were we? We were on the fucking pussy lady, weren't we? We were going down memory lane. Romero says the tech gave her hydrocortisone cream to help ease the pain. But she says the discomfort only intensified, and she noticed redness in her pubic area, plus dark grayish circles forming on her vagina and under her arms. So, like, her pussy looked like a half-burnt log on a bonfire, basically, if you want to envision that, before you turn it. She says her skin looked like it was going to fall off, and she says the tech and the shop owner only offered her more cream when she begged for something to ease the pain. And she claims that it took 15 minutes for them to bring her an ice pack and ointments, none of which helped. I imagine laser burn is pretty evergreen. Like no matter what you're putting on it, that laser burn is deep and it's like in the skin. And that shit ain't going anywhere, dude. Somebody writes in this is funny. SP writes in and says, oh my God, these guys giving you sex advice that you're doing it wrong. I feel bad for their women. Right, guys, I don't know if you know this. Women like a lot of, they like the old box eating. They like being preheated like an oven. They don't like you just fucking ramming your cock in there. All right? Plus, it's less work you have to do to take them to the promised land the more you warm things up. Maybe you're not good. I don't know. Maybe it's not your thing. just barreling in like a fucking ape. I don't know, man. Doesn't sound like the way to. Hey, wasn't how I was raised, goddammit. And a woman backing me up as well. She's suing New U Laser for $1.5 million in damages. They've reached out to New U Laser. They had no comment. Well, no, you burn somebody's fucking pussy off. You're not going to want to talk to anybody without talking to your lawyer first. I didn't even know it was possible to burn someone's pussy like that. Doing the what do you call it? The laser hair removal. Reverend JJ says, my doctor says there's a pill that'll stop hair loss and cause hair to grow, but there's a chance my dick wouldn't work. I mean, if that's the choice, I'm going bald. I agree with you for sure. So is that how Chrissy turned into a horse? How did you guys turn that into Chrissy Mayer? How? Dead Game says Aaron was damaged. First time his girlfriend shaved, he saw it hiding C-section scars in 4 places. What? Why? Packer Backer says laser pussy hair removal not gyno, whole different clientele. Pigs don't get their hair lasered off, but they do have sour cream snatch. Okay. All right. Looks like a black guy mushroom stamped her armpit a couple of times, says King Kong Dong. Pussy is like diamonds, artificially inflated value, says Honky. You use lasers to sculpt it, and it ruined men's finances for centuries. Took away generational wealth is what happened. In other news, water is wet, says Nana's Clams. SC Motorsports, I warm her up with vag work and then move on to the real work, anal. Oh, okay. So the warm up is the vaginal sex, and then you right to the old shit cutter. I see. Just make sure it's in that order. Otherwise, you're going to be dealing with a lot worse than laser burns. Shane Chevy fan says Shane Gillis said being good at sex is gay, Aaron. That's true. That is a woman quality, as he says. Aaron the Nutless Wonder Boy with 199 says do 10 jumping jacks. Let's see how out of breath you get. I will if we hit the goal today, buddy. I promise you. If we hit today's goal. By the way, we are fucking up on today's goal. Let's go ahead and get everybody throwing in a couple of bucks, and we'll be back to where we need to be in no time. We're 265 away right now, which means we're what, 70 bucks in? 60 bucks in, I think, 2 hours into the show. So let's get that moving. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Go in there, throw in 10 bucks, 20 bucks. Like I said, someone wants to throw in 100 bucks. I think that's the ticket. I think that's probably the way to go. Ryan the Garbage Man writes, two-finger fish hook till she gushes. That's so romantic. I got to tell you guys, the amount of romance that I'm seeing here is remarkable. Burn Slot says that way he knows he does not have to do jumping jacks because he never hits the goal. What are you talking about, Burn Slots? 7-day streak? We've knocked out about like 60 of the last 62. We're doing great over here. We just can't lose. We can't lose another day this month. Otherwise, it's going to be red ink. We can't do red ink. No red ink. Forge your city in that black ink flow, and my crew ain't scared to let them things go. Stop with the nonsense like he conscience. I'm just awake, dog. I'm doing great, dog. Sorry. Burnslot says, you faked it. We saw. Is that the new cope? Oh, sweetie. Come on. At least be like, if you're going to be like a troll like that, have fun with me. Let's have a good time together. Don't make shit up to make yourself feel better. You don't lose when I win. Like if I do well, or if the show makes the money it needs to, as a guy who doesn't like steel toe, you don't lose when that happens. You can still have fun hating the show. You should be hating the show for the love of the game. You should be hating the show because it's your passion. Again, I'm teaching you how to be a proper hater, but it's important to me that you get this right because I don't want you to be miserable. I don't want you to have to sit there and go, you're faking it. I don't want you to look ridiculous because of an obsession you have. I don't want this to be an obsession. I want it to be a fun hobby, like cribbage, you know? Something that gets your blood pumping a little bit in the morning. I don't want to see you do this to yourself, Burn Slots. So let's knock out the goal. Burn Slots can accuse of a fake. Guys, all your fake donations right there in the links I just put up in the chat. Let's get those fake donations in. Nothing but fake donos right now, guys. 265 away. Fake donations. The whole way. I want nothing but the fake ones over on PayPal right now. Oh, shit. Did I close the, Yeah, I closed the pussy. Oh, we were done with the fucking pussy laser story. We got to do Joe Biden getting smacked down by the Supreme Court. That was big. So Joe Biden tried to, he keeps trying to forgive student loans because the Democrats need a win for the election. They need some kind of big deal to hang their hat on so younger people will vote for them. And making it so they don't have to be responsible for loans they took out is kind of their next big idea. Biden has tried, I think this is the third separate time he's tried to pay off student loans. The problem is he's not going through Congress. He's trying to do it unilaterally. He's trying to take money out of this pot, and it's just, it's an allocation of funds that have already been passed by Congress, so I don't have to put it through Congress. Whereas Congress said, no, we never earmarked money for that particular thing. If you want to earmark it for student loan forgiveness, you got to come back to us and ask. So these things go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court keeps deciding that Joe Biden's wrong, and he has to go back to the drawing board and figure it out again. And he keeps coming up with these plans that keep getting shot down. Well, he got shot down again by the Supreme Court. We'll get to that. SC Motorsports with $5 says, just a heads up, sending you a new t-shirt soon. Probably see it at the beginning of the week. Oh, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Oh, Mr. Nobody, you too are a guy who you need to stop seething and start having more fun with us. Otherwise, you're just making this a shittier experience for you, because we laugh at you. We have fun with you. But you just get mad. And I just imagine you guys with tense shoulders. Stop doing that. All right, guys, $260 away. Again, I want fake donations running into that PayPal, running into that Venmo, running into that YouTube Super Chats, running into those Rumble Rants. I want you guys throwing all your fake donos at me. I want to knock out this 260 today. So, the Supreme Court ruled against Biden on his plan to unilaterally use tax dollars to cancel student loan debt. So, he hasn't been able to get the amount passed by Congress he needs to pay off every student loan debt, which is a great big giveaway to the banks, their buddies in banking. Because here's the deal. The banks are just going to get all their money up front that they would have had to wait years to get. And then they also get to keep loaning money to people and keep making money off of those loans. So it's a great corporate giveaway. I mean, it's amazing that Democrats do this thing where they serve the same corporate overlords that Republicans do, but they just try to trick poor people that they're doing it for them. Like Nick Rekieta should be a Democrat. He'd be very good at Democratic messaging because he would do things that benefit him and his cronies, but he would pitch it to people like, yeah, hey, man, I'm doing this for you. Republicans just go, yeah, we made a deal with an oil company. We just think it's what's best for the country. Who gives a fuck? Whereas Democrats are like, no. The reason we're giving banks $1 trillion is to help you, the little guy. Oh, because, you could just cut people a check and say, hey, we trust you're going to pay your student loans with this. And if they do, great. And if they don't, well, that's how it goes. And then Biden can't get Congress to pass this, so he keeps going, well, there's money in this department, and it's already been passed, so I'm going to take that money, and I'm going to pay off, this group's student loans or that group's, and it's a certain income level or certain race or whatever. And it keeps going to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court keeps going, no, go to Congress and ask them to earmark that money for this particular purpose. And then Biden gets that ruling back and he goes, all right, how about if I take it from the Interior Department? And they're like, fuckhead, go to Congress and ask them. Well, he's lost for, I think, a third time. The Supreme Court declined on Wednesday to lift a sweeping block on President Joe Biden's student loan repayment plan that aims to slash monthly payments and quicken the path to loan forgiveness. The High Court turned down a request from the Biden administration to put the plan back in play after lower courts blocked it this summer in a legal challenge brought by GOP-led states to the plan. There were no noted dissents in the brief order. So even the liberals on the court didn't feel like they needed to, get Biden's back on this. That's interesting. But it's not, that's the thing. It's not canceling student loans. It's just making other people pay for them. You're not just like, poof, the loans are gone. You're just making people who didn't go to college and didn't agree to pay back the loan pay back the loan. It's actually remarkably shitty. Here's the kicker. Wednesday's order has no immediate impact on the 8 million borrowers currently enrolled in Biden's program. In response to the deepening legal fight over the plan, the Department of Education last month placed the borrowers in an interest-free forbearance during which they are not required to make monthly student loan payments. So there are a lot of people out there who do not have to make student loan payments right now while they get this thing figured out. So, I mean, that's kind of interesting. Burnslot says, better than spending it on Space Force. Dude, I still forget that. I still forget that Space Force is even a thing. You guys are going to look dumb, though, making fun of Space Force when we get invaded by aliens and we can fight them off. You guys are going to be glad we had Space Force then. Tactical Kulikog says, I'm more into buying sand, specifically beach sand needed for making stuff like glass and concrete. Desert sand is too smooth due to wind erosion. What the fuck is happening in that chat? It's a very specific kind of sand that man needs to buy. Well, good. I've learned that now. I didn't know that before today. Now I know it. All right, guys, way the fuck behind getting our fucking dick kicked in today. I'm asking you for your money. Please respond. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Please contribute to our program. It's the only way we stay on the air is through your donations. We're a donation-fed show. One thing I'm going to look into, though, this weekend is Rumble Studio, because I did get some information from a fan. They said, Aaron, because at our peak, we have anywhere from 1,000 to 1,100 people watching. We get about 1,200 on Rumble Fridays. One of our fans said, if you use Rumble Studios, it takes the YouTube listeners into account for how much you get paid for their reads. And I guess if you're at 1,000, you make like $60, $70 a read. And if they'll let us do one an hour, that's what, $250? That would mean that our goal every day is like $50 to $75. It's something I really should consider, even if I don't believe in the products or I'm not a wholesale believer in the products. I feel like I kind of owe it to the audience who gives us untold amounts of money every day to keep this show on the air. I think it's something worth checking out. Yeah, you ain't getting my money says, let's test that. I like that idea too. So let's knock out today. Let's give $260 to Steel Toe. Let's knock it out. And then over the weekend, maybe we'll do a test stream and see how it works. I'd be interested in it. But we need you guys to throw in. Otherwise, it's going to get awful flop sweaty in here in the next 40 minutes or so. 260 is the number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We're heading into that zone again today. Starting to be a little Groundhog Day-ish. Maybe that's it. Maybe by Thursday, after 6 shows of doing this, I start to go, here we go again. Aaron fucking up and trying to hang on by the skin of his teeth. Help us out if you can. So the court is prohibiting Biden from forgiving student loan debt, but there's no enforcement mechanism, so everything is in limbo, and Biden can still do whatever he wants. That's so weird. So this program that people have already enrolled into, even though the Supreme Court says Biden can't do that, the people who are in the program can still be in the program and not make payments on their student loans. But Biden doesn't have the authority to go get the money that he needs to pay off the student loans. So now these banks are just not getting paid. I mean, not that I'm going to cry for the banks or anything, but it seems a little fucked up. Earlier in August, the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals blocked the SAVE plan, but has not issued a ruling on whether Biden can use the program or if it should be overturned. SCOTUS said it expects the 8th Circuit Court to render its decision with appropriate dispatch, which is a fancy way of saying the ball is in their court, so stop bugging us. So, yeah, the 8th District still has to make a ruling on that. Then the Supreme Court will probably get a crack at it afterwards. And we'll see how it goes. But, like, I kind of have the simpleton take on the whole student loan forgiveness thing. I just don't think it's right to make people who didn't agree to take out those loans to be partially responsible for paying for them. I think you took out the loan. Nobody twisted your arm. Nobody forced you to. Nobody put a gun to your head. Not saying that the student loan system isn't broken. Not saying that the university system isn't broken. I think a lot of it has to do with government involvement. But I think that making people who didn't take out the loans in the first place, like especially someone who purposely didn't go to college to get into trades, and now they've made something of themselves and they're making decent money. Now you're going to make them pay for someone who made the mistake of going to college and not using their degree? That's fucked up to me. That just on its face just says it's dishonest. It's gross. I don't like it. Are you putting your alimony? Alimony isn't a thing, you guys. Nobody gets alimony anymore. There is spousal support, but it barely happens to anyone. Boy, Mr. Nobody, you are angry today. If you guys want a good read, go to Mr. Nobody in the Rumble chat. He is just screaming to himself. He is mad today. I don't know what I do to these people. The mention of my name can ruin their whole fucking day. I have no idea what I've done, but he is just angry and hostile, and I'll like try to have fun with Mr. Nobody. Like, he's just, and it's just the same thing. He's not creative at all. It's the same thing over and over. I think I might have to cut Mr. Nobody loose for today. He's not having a good time. He's really not having fun. Mr. Nobody, these damn pay pigs voluntarily spending their cash to Aaron is really bad. What's your goal? His goal is to seethe on stream. Guys, as far as Mr. Nobody goes, throw us money. Fuck this guy. Let's bury him. What do you say? Aaron pays a fraction of what he should in child support. Do you know how much insurance Aaron pays to knock that child support number down? Sorry, Mr. Nobody. And you know what? I'll tell you this, Mr. Nobody. Obsessing with someone's life that much that you dig for that information. I know you're not going to get this. I know mentally you don't work this way. But that is creepy, bro. That's a weird fucking thing to do. If you did that to your friends, if you did that to people you like, that's mentally ill. Like, you have a mental illness. I know you don't see it that way. I know you have the confidence of that matches the heat of 1,000 suns. But ask anybody in the chat right now, you're fucking weird. Like, it's not just regular troll or regular I don't like steel toe. You've got a problem. You're like Robert De Niro in The Fan. It's creepy fucking behavior, dude. Burnslot says, LOL, he was right. Oh, not at all. Not at all. Absolutely. Yeah. Tactical ACOG says, hey, don't seethe too hard, Mr. Nobody. You'll go bald like Aaron. Hey, wait a minute. Balding. We settled this earlier today. One of the listeners said balding, not bald. Tactical. You're not helping the way you think you are. You continue. Oh, Elza Belza says, you continue to exist. That's your problem, Aaron. Yeah, Mr. Nobody and Burn Slots, you should probably read some of these people. They've got some good advice for you. Yeah, Mr. Nobody goes, okay, baby boy. Oh, and he's using Aaron's ways against him. See, you do love me. You do. New guy says the us against them stuff only works against retards. Well, Mr. Nobody's a retard, so it should work. I mean, it checks out, right, new guy? Tactical says this is exactly like that one scene from insert movie here. I know a lot of movies. You're welcome. Oh, shit. Let me jump in, get my wallet. Oh, auto pay took me to 0, says Dead Game. Oh boy. I'm sorry, Mr. Nobody. I don't mean to, I don't mean to have everybody fuck up your soul and shit, but you're a weird guy. You're just a little weird. That's all. You'll figure it out eventually. I thought this was fun. Mr. Nobody will hate this. This is just innocent, good time. This is no news, no agenda, nothing like that. It's English people trying barbecue for the first time. I guess we're spoiled in the United States, like us doing barbecue here. It's just kind of normal cuisine. It's kind of part of what we do, especially like summer, nice weather, all that stuff. But apparently the Brits and the Europeans, they all have shitty food. Like outside of like France and Italy, dog shit food. All of these people. And so they come and they eat American food and they lose their shit. Like they just, it's like feeding aliens pizza, honestly. So somebody decided to take a camera, stick it in the face of these limey pricks, and make them eat ribs. And here's their reaction, which again, it's fucking barbecued ribs, dude. Like as an American, I would say, let's fucking relax. Oh, by the way, Rachel with $10 says Venmo $. Thank you very much. Rachel with 10. Appreciate that. Mr. Nobody hates that, by the way. He hates that you just gave us $10. $250 away from today's goal. Mr. Nobody, you do know we're just fucking with you, right? Like, you don't need to go psycho and, like, try to kill my dog or anything. I just want to make sure. Like, you're a little psychotic, but we're just having fun with you. But we're busting your balls. You're kind of easy to make fun of because you take all of this so seriously, so we kind of shit on you a little bit. I don't want you to feel bad because you'll start filing for loans in my name, for Christ's sake. Let's watch these British dudes try ribs for the first time, and we'll find out just how backwards and gross and how right we were for leaving this dreadful empire.
whoa. I know you're from where you're from.
We're foreign. Well, we don't know what we're doing.
Stop with the knives.
No, you don't need a knife?
No, you pull it apart with your hand. And listen, hold up. And you take your fingers and you lift that up and you eat it.
Okay.
Now, is there anything more like America won the war with England than a black American dude making barbecue and then grabbing an Englishman's hand and showing him physically how to eat the ribs? God, it really just feels like rubbing 1776 right in their limey fuck beaks. Not only that, I have to admit something gay. You're going to love this. You guys love when I admit to gay things. When I eat ribs, I do cut the rib bone. Like I do separate them using a knife. And then I pick it up with my hands and then I eat it that way. Rib by rib, single rib by single rib. And I do cut. So I'm sorry. I don't pull it apart with my hands. The only reason is I don't like the asymmetrical rip. And I know this is like a lot of autism, but I like a nice symmetrical piece of rib. I like a good amount of meat on each side. I bet you do, queer. Got it. Understand the joke. But I like having the equal amount of rib meat on each side. So anyway, let's watch this black guy cuck these Englishmen when it comes to ribs.
Not with a fork.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, sorry.
Enjoy holding your...
How terrified is this English dude of a black guy? The black guy just goes, eat it with your hands, not a fork. Sorry. Yes, sir. Yes, I've heard from my friends in the Midwest that you just beat people up unreasonably and take their money. It's shh. We weren't talking about him.
Okay. Absolutely.
Okay, sorry. Enjoy holding your food and eat it like that.
I
It's
do.
okay
I
here to
love
do it.
eating with hands. Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay.
No,
I'm sorry I let it get that far.
no.
that's fine,
Our
that's
mistake.
fine.
Our
Yeah.
mistake completely.
We're not used to meat being soft enough to just rip it apart without a knife.
Right, because you guys boil it like shoe leather. God, the English are fucking dumb. How did they build such a great empire? They just built a shitload of ships. That's what happened. And they took a lot of brown people and just enslaved them. That's what happened. How do you build such a sophisticated empire and you just forgot how to do food? You just didn't work on that part at all.
Okay. That's not normal.
Mate, cheers.
Cheers.
To the best ribs in America.
Ew, why don't you guys, yeah, I bet you guys are rubbing meat, you fuck. Ugh. Just from the way they talk to their cuisine and they're barely a culture and then letting Muslims stab all their kids. I mean, the UK is an uninspired place. Oh my God, real food. You mean they didn't boil my boot and feed it to me with cabbage, you fucking forgot about cuisine assholes?
My gosh.
You could feed these dipshits Hardee's and they'd think they're in heaven. God, English people are sick.
Oh my gosh. Wait, what?
Dude, ribs are so good to this man because his like I said, his cuisine at home is so bad that it made him retarded. Look at his face. He's gone. Look at what happened to these guys. They took a bite of ribs. Look.
Wait, what?
He's retarded now. Look at him. Look at him. He he ate barbecued ribs one time and he's a retard. Go back just a smidge. Look at that. Full on tard face because he took a bite of ribs. Jesus Christ, buddy.
It is the most succulent meat with the most beautiful glaze.
It's fucking barbecue sauce. You give this guy a bottle of Sweet Baby Ray's and he think he found Aztec gold. Jesus, you guys, act like you've been there before. It's the most succulent meat. It's a fucking pig, dude. It's just a pig. And it's the most amazing glaze. How do you manage to make our most masculine food sound gay when you talk? It's not a glaze. It's not what you two are going to do in the hotel room later. It's barbecue sauce.
You see how cleanly that's come off the bone? You see that? I'm sorry.
Which actually kind of means it's overcooked, but that's all right. I don't like you know how amateur people are at like barbecue and smoking and shit like that. If they say things like, "Oh yeah," and it falls off the bone. That falling off the bone is bad. Falling off the bone means it's overcooked. There should be a little bit of that. What's that word? A little tautness. There should be a little pull. When you bite into ribs, there should be a little bit of a pull. That's how you know they're done well. If they're falling off the bone, you fucked up and you cooked them too long. Then you just made pulled pork, essentially. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, successful solo podcasts are extremely rare. When are you getting interesting first for your podcast? Thank you, Buffalo Jockey. I appreciate that. Who is the woman on his thumbnail, says Burnslot. That's April at her fucking court thing yesterday. Nana's Clam says, get your hands off my penis, people. This is the bloke who got me on the penis, people. For what? For eating a meal? A succulent barbecue meal? The SpaghettiOs connoisseur is giving us cooking lessons. Burnslot says, falling off the bone is bad. This man is fully retarded. All right, fine. Be wrong. I don't give a shit. Be wrong. I love when people are confident when they're wrong. It's my favorite. Falling off the bone means you slightly overcooked it. Falling off the bone. Here we go. We'll bring it to you guys. Generally speaking, it's not a good idea to cook ribs until the meat falls off the bone. The texture indicates that the meat is overcooked and dry. To avoid this fate, remove the ribs from the smoker when there's still... Oh, now I got to go to see more. See, now you're making me go. To avoid this fate, remove the ribs from the smoker when they've cooked to 195 degrees. Oh, don't worry. That's just from barbecuehost.com. Suck my fucking dick. I accept your apology and eat my ass. How do you like them apples, boys? Sorry to the fans. Oh, was that Burn Slots who said that, though? Oh, then fuck him. I got you, Burn Slots. I'm the gunner, bitch. I got you in the scope. I got you. Admit your loss. Admit it. Take the L, bitch. All this about barbecue. Maybe the English are right. Honky says, or Sam Show says, no, Aaron, incorrect, Yankee white boy. Dude, fuck off. I've got you all when it comes to ribs. I got you. I fucked you up. I got you. It falls off the bone. It's overcooked. You need a little tightness in the bite. You need a little bit of resistance. That's how you know you made it primo. It's perfect. You guys have been fucking up ribs your whole life, and you're just embarrassed that a guy who you perceive as a total mo is fucking you up on ribs right now because you didn't know. Don't be afraid of gaining new knowledge. I was embarrassed too when I first learned this. I learned it at like 31, 32 years old. And I learned it from Bob Weber at WVAL, the fucking barbecue king of central Minnesota. He knows his shit. And he's like, you don't want falling off the bone. That's bad. You overcooked your meat. If you're falling off the bone. Much better when it stays on there. Let's go to... Where'd I leave off here before I started yelling at you guys for being wrong? The only reason I'm yelling at you for being wrong is because I fucking smoked you on this and you were being dicks about it. You were being incredulous about it, and I put you in your place, and you're still being resistant. So I got to give you a little spanking. That's all. Honky says, first they eat barbecued ribs, then they invade the U.S. for the laser-shaved succulent meat. Yeah, all the burnt black puss from the lasers. You ain't getting my money says, I didn't realize you were an expert in radio, pussy, and barbecue. That's wild. What else are you an expert in? I'm not an expert. You guys just set a low bar. Not what you did with Nick. Pistachio says, Aaron, I must admit, I started watching you because I was hate watching, but you've grown on me. I'm like a fungus, motherfucker. How do you like that, Mr. Nobody and Burn Slots? Not only have I made you look stupid today, not only are we knocking out today's goal, but you also lose haters every day because they come aboard. Thank you, Pistachio. I like you. You know why? You're the best kind of fan because you're open-minded. You looked at something, you went, I'm being a little oversensitive. Like Mr. Nobody's oversensitive. Burnslot not as oversensitive. He's kind of okay. But like you realized you were being kind of a bitch like Mr. Nobody is, and you changed your behavior. That's wonderful. You're the best kind. When people say fall off the bone, they don't mean it's dry. Typical Yankee F word. It means fall off the bone, which is not good. Nana's Clam says, it's almost like it's a subjective matter of opinion. Oh, yeah, I guess good point. That's the best way to, like, stop someone in their tracks in an argument is, like, if you're getting passionate and worked up and then they go, no, it's this and that. And then you go, yeah, I guess you could be right. And you just watch all the animosity of the argument just kind of, it doesn't know where to go. And you're like, hey, okay, cool. To be fair, if you make ribs and don't get retarded eating them, you're doing ribs wrong. That's a fair point. I just don't like English people, I guess. I'm kind of racist. God, I guess Europeans in general. Everything but Germans I don't like. Uh-oh. I'm one of those guys. Aaron likes it stuck to the bone. Now, burn slots, are we just doing this for... Sam Show says, here in the Carolinas, the ribs are extra moist and it slips off the bone. You eat Yankee trash. You Carolinians have gotten away with too much. And if you're talking North Carolina, you people are fake Southerners. You're basically D.C. Just suck a dick. I don't even know if that's true. I'm just fucking with North Carolina. Because they don't raise up. King Kong Dong says, there is a balance. Your ribs need to be right before fall off the bone. Right, so they need to be on the bone. Lab Glass says, every barbecue place wants it off the bone. Whatever website that was the worst. All right, let's go to 3 more. Yeah, places can be wrong, especially up north. Is bone. Here we go. Let's continue on. Overcooked and dry, that's barbecue host. Here's Foods Guy. While ribs might fall off the bone when they are overcooked, it doesn't mean they are tender and juicy. By that time, you will most likely find that the rib meat is actually not tender and juicy. Oh, shit. Here we go. Let's go to food. So we got barbecue host, Foods Guy. Here we go. Destination Barbecue. This is what I've always heard. The bend test for ribs. Most pit masters consider fall off the bone ribs to be overcooked. It's almost like I know this shit. It's almost like I've looked into it before because I was wrong like you guys for a long time and somebody educated me and I wasn't an arrogant prick and I was like, I should probably listen to this guy. Sounds like he knows what he's talking about. Ribs that fall off the bone are generally steamed or boiled. This can give them an almost mushy, soggy texture, and it certainly robs them of their full flavor. What you are looking for is still tender, but stay on the bone ribs. Scrambled Chefs, same thing. Tastingtable.com, same thing. They're overcooked. I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't want to do this to you. I don't want to rub it in this bad, but you're kind of forcing me to. You're forcing my hand on the barbecue issue. Aaron is ovulating. Burn Slot says it should not stick to the bone. It should stay on the bone until you bite it off the bone. Guys, if it kills me, I'm going to make you better at this. Every barbecue place wants it off the bone. That is, the bad places want it off the bone. Holy shit, I'm way behind in the fucking chat. I'm sorry. God, I mean, I get Mr. Nobody still seething and nobody's even talking to him. Clopogram says, I'm still angry at Aaron's damning report on my country. Are you English? I'm sorry, then I didn't mean you. The moment Aaron fell off the bone, Nick messaged him to K himself. That's fun. Never dry, pulls off the bone, says Dead Game. Right. Pull off the bone, not fall off the bone. Pistachio says, you hear that, guys? Aaron thinks I'm the best type of listener. Take notes, fellas. Now would be like the fucking perfect time to dox me and be a piece of shit, though, Pistachio. That would be kind of funny. King Kong Dong says, Aaron is right. I love hearing that. Aaron likes sucking his meat off the bone. Now we're trying to make it gay, Clopogram. You're just trying to make it gay because we're arguing. That's all. Somebody says, why would you want it literally to fall off the bone? That would be a disaster. Precisely. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, spend 1 to 2 hours to learn the technology of broadcasting. Create a checklist including hooking up the phone. Take your basement career seriously. Thank you, buddy. Mick Luck says, move on to brat prep. I'm not an expert in brat prep. I can admit where my I can admit my shortcomings. Chev Matic with $2 says, show me how them tits fart, Aaron. Can we go, somebody send me the clip. I can't remember the one I was watching yesterday. Somebody send me the clip of April's hearing, and I want to, it's not show me, I think it's show me how them tits part. I don't think it's tits fart. And I struggle to bring it up because people get really mad at me right away, and they're like, Aaron, even if it's not tits fart, we want it to be tits fart. Just let it be tits fart. So I guess I do kind of get it. Thank you to Derek for $100 over on PayPal today. Mr. Nobody, could you please go ahead and call that fake? I appreciate that. There we go. Derek thinks we're doing a killer fucking job today, boys and girls. Thank you to Plankton for $4.99. That means $145 away from today. Look at that. Can we get down to a hundo by 9 o'clock? Sounds good to me. Plankton says the South lost the war to a drunk and Ulysses S. Grant. What the fuck do they know anyway? Their barbecue skills are highly overrated. I feel like we defer to the South on certain shit because we don't give them any credit for anything else. So I feel like it's almost pity sometimes with the South. Buffalo Jockey says Aaron microwaves pizza rolls. His opinion on it is itchery. I think he means something else. Well, here's the deal. I don't like that you pointed that out because I did get back under 220. My weight's been fluctuating like crazy lately. It might be my period. But I'm back under 220 today, and it's Boxing Day. Not the Canadian holiday, but I boxed today. And I usually lose a shitload of weight on those days. I know it's water weight, but whatever. So like now I feel like I'm going to eat a lot today and be a fucking pig. And that's not necessarily good. And microwave pizza rolls certainly are within my field of vision today. Sorry, but I can't keep it from you guys. I'll feel bad. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, we just read that one, Aaron, you retard. King Kong Dong says fall off the bone ribs are crap and taste like shit compared to not fall off the bone. We're going to be fighting about this till the end of time. Honky says Ethan Ralph's beatdown in Portugal classifies as pulled pork. Chevy fan says, yesterday you said Lloyd's microwave pulled pork over a porterhouse, so I'm not listening to you, dummy. I didn't say Lloyd's microwave pulled pork. If you buy a pork shoulder, I said Kansas City dry rub the shit out of that. Make your own. Dry rub the shit out of it and then smoke it. Yeah, I would rather have that pulled pork sandwich than a steak sometimes. I'm not going to apologize for that comment. Congrats, you won the Civil War. Do you feel good about it? Well, I mean, there have been some setbacks. Helgi says, April don't eat meat, but she sure liked the bone. Oh, man. Flimsy Greenberg says, show us how those tits farts is from your mom's house podcast, you fucking Mo. You're calling me a Mo and you're quoting Tom Segura. I feel, you know what? The defense rests, Your Honor. Pistachio says, Aaron, I'm getting into my fitness era. You should join me. Let's get jacked and make our exes jealous. Me staying out of prison makes my exes jealous. Flimsy Greenberg says, learn something, you fucking weirdo. See, Flimsy Greenberg's the kind of hater I like. He's teasing. It's roasting. I like that. He doesn't take it too seriously. I like him. I like Flimsy. Flimsy, I want you to stick around, buddy. Aaron, I love you, but the way you eat ribs is gay. Stop making everything you touch gay. That's fair enough. I do. I cut them. I cut the ribs separate first, and then I pick them up with my hands and eat them. You need to try Big Boar Barbecue in Hanover. Big Boar. Does Patrick Melton run that joint? He's scrimping. Sorry. I'm having fun. They have the best barbecue in the state. Link in the chat. Okay. Fall off the bone means they boiled the ribs before they smoked them. Yeah, and they fucking stink balls. That's what it means. All right. Kraken Slappin' says that was Bob Evans' microwaved mashed potatoes, and those things are good. They're not microwaved. You make them on the stovetop. I do have to defend my, what do you call it? My Bob Evans mashed potatoes. Somebody says just pick of the ribs and rip them and eat them like a man, Aaron, you polycule fuck. All right. They want to watch the tits fart. Didn't the guy say tits wort because he's Scandinavian prude who pronounced the W like a V? April has chest acne is what he meant. No.
34 CR.
All right, let's see. We've got, we got John's win by 2 thing here. All right, 10 something. Let's go ahead and watch. Oh, he zoomed in on her face. Ooh, she's scrimping. Copyright Patrick Milton. There were people who said she didn't look good yesterday. I think you're being very disingenuous if you say she didn't look good. I thought April looked great yesterday. I really did. She's looking healthier. She's still got to get the fuck out of there, man, because, the coke will come back once this is all over. The alcohol is still there. We've seen it in photos. And I think Nick goes on to those streams fucked up. Well, not fucked up, but buzzed. And it's just a toxic situation. You can't be around 5 children and have a throuple. Somebody gots to go. It doesn't matter who, but those kids are going to grow up and see you as the woman who ruined their family. And you've got to stop doing that. So when Keanu says shit like, oh, she's getting better. She's not. You can't be in that place and get better. It's a bad joint. So let's go ahead. This is the end of the court stream. We're going to find out what this fucking guy said once and for all. Let's turn on the captions. Here we go.
To come before the court today, Mr. Gallagher.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sledge-o-matic.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Matters adjourned. Thank you.
Show us how those tits fart, April.
Whoa! Yes! Yes! Show us how those...
Penis!
Penis!
Oh, that's somebody yelled penis. I got to say, Kiwi Farms really doesn't like John. They really find him remarkably obnoxious. And I get that. I want to see, what does YouTube say? They said.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Pierce.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Matters adjourned. Thank you.
Show us how those tits fart, April.
What?
Show us how those tits are, April, is what YouTube says. I am... SP says, don't eat a lot today. If you do, just house that watermelon. Otherwise, you'll hate yourself after the weekend. We're prepping. I'll try not to get fat today. Is it going to be hot today? Because if it's hot today, the gym's going to be rocking, and I'll be sweating out every ounce of fucking weight that I have. 82? Oh, no, but it's going to rain. By the time I'm sparring, it'll only be 70. Not a very sweaty day.
Yes!
Okay, one more time. And by the way, April's kind of smiling at that, but she's also... April's face is really tight in this whole thing. Naturally so, she's nervous. This has been a terrible day for her. She's going to... Nick probably had her gassed up that she was going to win her motion to dismiss. Well, you heard him on his stream. He was arguing with the judge. The judge already made a judgment on this. The judge already said, denied. Motion denied. And then Nick sat there on his stream going, no, it shouldn't have been denied because of this, and that. It's like, Nick, much smarter people than you already told you you're wrong. This is futile, but April's in the house losing her fucking mind, and then she sits down next to him, and she's basically like, you better tell them that I'm innocent, Nick. And it's like, April, sweetie, not that it doesn't fucking matter if he says it. Like, he's on the hook for a bunch of shit, and it's amazing that these girls don't know that he lies about everything. It's amazing that they don't know he's a proven liar over and over again. I mean, I've never said this about a person before, but a majority of the things that come out of his mouth are not true. But as far as people are like, oh, she was smiling at the... I mean, in situations like this where this went disastrously for you and you had a certain expectation and now that got fucked up, someone yelling, let's see how those tits fart or whatever that guy said, you're kind of looking for something to make you giggle, almost gallows humor in a way. Because, like, look, she looks fucking, oh, that's sad. Like, she looks fucking bummed right there. Like, holding back tears, bummed. She's got her face furrowed, her lips furrowed into a little frown. That's sad, man. That sucks. You did it to yourself, but that still sucks. But people were like, oh, she looks all beat up and she looks haggard and she looks old. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I think she looks pretty good. The cocaine has had a little impact on the septum in here. It's a little caved in, but like it's not too bad. And she's always had a narrow nasal passageway. So, there's that. You'd have to really pick this apart to say she doesn't look good. Dude, she looks better. Remember when her hair was all stringy and fucked up from stimulants and she kept posting pictures on Instagram? She looks a lot better than that. You got to give her that. She looks a lot healthy. Now that these people legally can't have any drugs or they're fucked, I mean, it has improved.
Show us how those tits far, April.
Whoa! Yes! Yes!
And the lawyer, I love the lawyer's face. It's just, he's sitting there slack-jawed.
Show us how those...
Penis!
Penis! Yes!
Turn me off.
Turn me off!
Yeah, at the end, the judge went, turn me off. Like, enough of this nonsense with these people yelling penis and let me see. You know, I'm not going to go with tits fart. I don't think it was tits fart. Could have been tits part. Could have been let's see how those tits are. But I don't think it was let's see them tits fart, April. But those of you, I've been yelled at about this before. People have said, Aaron, I want it to be tits fart. Okay, that's fine. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says Tom Segura has more success in his pinky toe than you'll ever have. Were there arguments? Did I miss the part of the show where I was making arguments that our show is even in the same league of success that Tom Segura is? I must have missed that part of the show today. Buffalo Jockey, not so defensive, buddy. It's weird. Buffalo Jockey with another $1 says April never looked good. Knowing her in my teens and growing up in small town Minnesota, she looks like every small town basic bitch. My ugly ass fucked better looking than her. That sounds personal. Clopogram says I like April's dimples. I think you call them tits. That Tactical says, who is John, the Red Bar clone? Yes, exactly. Packerbacker says, God, she is twitchy. That girl can't focus on a damn thing. Eyes just all over. Let's call her googly-eyed bitch from now on. Dude, I mean, I guess when I was in court, I was pretty cool. But then again, I had a plea ready. You know, we had everything worked out. But I bet you if I didn't know what the fuck was going to happen, I'd be a little twitchy, you know? Plus, again, you've got this retarded lying narcissist running your life. And he's telling you that everything's going to be fine. It ain't going to be fine. You have to tell the government what you said in that car, and you have to go and testify to that. These people aren't your friends. They've ruined your fucking life. And you won't talk about what you said in that car. You won't testify why. Because you feel like you owe them something. Well, they gave me a place to stay when my marriage... You fucked up your marriage, and they kept you there. And then got you fucking arrested. It's mind-boggling to me. But I guess when you're in it, I should know from experience, when you're in it, you don't know how fucked up it truly is until you're out. I can say that for a fact. So I mean, in a way, I empathize with that. But I mean, if you're Nick and you're a decent, like this is the problem. None of them are decent human beings. If you're Nick and you're a decent human being, you sacrifice for your wife and your children and your girlfriend. And you take the fall for them because you're guilty. If you're April, you start your life over. You stop confusing these fucking children by having a throuple. You get out of there. You admit to what you did. And you punish these people for fucking up your life with you. And then you go back home and you rebuild from zero. Not home here. This ain't home. No. One thing April and I agree with. This is not her home. Wild Saffron says, that hairline, whoa, buddy. Can somebody get me PPP saying, whoa, buddy? I want that as a drop. See, Tactical says she looks high. Not to me, and I'm terrible at knowing that, but she doesn't look high to me. Nick's hair always looks greasy as fuck, and I wonder what's causing that, other than not showering. Maybe there's prescription stimulants. I don't know. Sam Show says, let her have stinky titties to match her stinky pussy. Prayer times 12 says, notice Keanu wasn't there to support her friend. No, because she's an observer. She's a spectator and a commentator of all this. She doesn't know how to have a real friend. That's not her real friend. Wild Saffron says, without booger, sugar, and booze, how will Nick keep her happy? I don't think a broken dick is going to satisfy sober April. April is a creature of survival. You underestimate her in that regard, sir. April is a creature of survival. Whatever gets her to the next day, that's where her allegiance will lie. And right now, she has no option other than that. Pistachio says, Keanu is a fucking loser, respectfully. I want to know what Gino said on In Hot Water yesterday, because people were writing me saying, oh, yeah, Gino said nice things about you on In Hot Water. This person writes in, stop calling them bad people as if you're a good person. You're not a good person. I love when I get that, because I go, again, did I miss the part of the show where I said that? I'm a better person than them, but that's a low bar. I'm at least admitting what I did wrong and working on myself. But am I missing the part where I said I'm a good person? Again, I know you guys get mad easily. I know you emote easily, but sometimes you need to think a little bit because you set yourself up to kind of look dumb, like you don't listen. I don't think she looks high. She looks nervous, says Elza Belza. See, yeah, I tend to agree with that. I tend to agree that she just looks nervous. She doesn't look high. OG Honky with $5 over on YouTube says you can say what you want about Tom Segura, but he doesn't have to beg for donations. Again, somebody's going to have to show me the part of the show where I said he does. You're gonna have to show me that part of the show that I missed where I said the opposite. Thank you, OG Honky. I appreciate the 5. Just fucking with you, buddy. $140 away from today. Hey, let's beg for donations. $140 away from today's goal. Let's knock it out and call it another win for the toe. What do you say? Get that streak up to 8 and make it another successful week before Rumble Friday. Thank you, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, everything else. Helgi says Gino needs to dump Keanu and marry Aaron. I don't think it would work between us. We're both very emotional boys. I don't think it's going to work. Buffalo Jockey with $1. It's good you're defensive of April. She's mommy number 2 of your children. No. Oh, here we go. SP sent me Urban Dictionary definition of tits fart. Common saying in Los Angeles as well as New York, sometimes often heard in parts of Oregon as well as Texas. When a person utters this phrase, they refer to a woman's breast and wants a woman to show, well, how big those tits fart, or how those big tits fart. This can be said as an insult, but it is commonly expressed as a compliment. Hey, girl, you got big-ass titties. How about you show me how those big tits fart? It's retarded. It's stupid, but I guess it's a thing. I mean, it makes no fucking sense, and it's gay. But maybe we'll go with tits fart. Elza Belza says he was probably talking about Aaron Berg. He calls you steel toe or ski mask. Yeah, maybe he's talking about Aaron Berg. Did you think about that? That's who he could have been talking about. Honky says Shuli's former producer may go free on CP charges because he had Keanu's nudes and she has the body of a Spartan boy. I thought he was serious at first because I hadn't pre-read it. And I thought that he was like, ESO was really going to go free. And you're like, oh my God. And then the joke. Wild Saffron says Gino and Kiki are trying to drag you back into their streams. They are boring, no creativity, and they want to poach your humongous audience. It is bigger than it's ever been. Although when Meme Copium's on, we take a hit. We were in the 900s today at our peak. Meme Copium, I guess we're still in the 800s, but like Meme Copium took us out of the thousands today. Meme Copium, and I don't know, does his audience go down a little when he's on at the same time as me, or does he stay pretty consistent? Either way, I got to talk to Meme Copia and say, listen, fuckhead, get the fuck out of my time slot. Get out of here. And he's like, well, I'm Japanese. I'm in Japan. So if I'm in Japan, I have to broadcast at times that are okay for the Japanese. Fuck, he's got me on that one too. Honky says Garrett and Steve are fed up of the millstone called Gino. I bet he's going to try and jockey off of Chrissy's success. Chrissy's numbers aren't what they used to be either, though. There's really nowhere to go. That whole kind of thing kind of withered and died on the vine. Kevin with $40. Thank you very much, Kevin. That's very nice of you. Guys, we are an even hundo away from today's goal. Hey, we hit 100 by 9 o'clock. Hey. We're looking good, guys. Meme doesn't know how to drive a car. Yeah, but maybe he doesn't have to out there. You want to talk about the Germans? Let's move on to some other news. I know you guys want to talk about this shit all day long, and I appreciate it. And we're having fun. I'm enjoying the shit out of all this, but we got to talk about some things. We talked about Laser Pussy Chick. We talked about barbecue. We talked about Biden and student loans. We talked about the court thing. We talked about Nick Street. We got into 5 things today. That's not bad. In 3 hours? German police, Europe's getting really fucking bad. We saw the UK started arresting people for shit they wrote on social media. Then France arrested the CEO of Telegram, and then the CEO of Rumble ski-daddled out of Europe. These guys are sensing that something's up and that these European countries are in a weird way working together, and that they're starting to really clamp down on anyone criticizing them whatsoever. And they've realized that if you do it little by little, you can accomplish it and be successful, versus if you just rip off the mask right away, they'll go, oh my God, you're insane. We resist. But if you drop a frog into boiling water, he'll jump out. If you put a frog in regular water and just slowly turn up the temperature, he'll cook to death. Prayer with $1 says, Gino doesn't like you. Keanu watches hearing, makes money cringe. No respect. Did she not make money? They said she didn't even hit 100 people yesterday on a hot topic. That's because I told her this and she didn't listen. If people find you dishonest as a broadcaster, it doesn't matter who you A-log. It doesn't matter. Like, people watch Melton because they believe Melton hates my guts. And they believe that Patrick Melton thinks I'm a piece of shit and he hates me. So they invest because they hate me too, and they relate to that. People saw Keanu as an opportunistic bitch, and they've treated her like such. And then she acted entitled, so they treated her as such. And it didn't matter who she A-logged. It didn't matter who she didn't like, and if it was the same as the person they don't like, because they saw her as dishonest. If people see you as dishonest, they're not going to watch. Buffalo Jockey with $5 says, finish the rest of my post. You let junkies like April be your kids' parents. I read that. Yeah, look, man, are you trying to, again, we're getting to that point. Did I ever say I didn't make a mistake there? I'm confused. Again, it's that point where people get confrontational with you and you go, yeah, you're right. And then you go, huh? What happened? What's the deal? Right, correct. Jack Cat with $5 says, what the fuck happened to Mersh? He has been spiraling ever since he went after you. He keeps saying he's going to get you. I haven't heard anything from Mersh lately. I see once in a while clip channels pop up where he's losing his mind a little bit and like talking about women's tennis, and he's got a gambling thing. I don't know. Wild Saffron says Kiki is April's true and bestest friend. She even grifts off her friend's misfortune money. Yeah, that's too bad. That's too bad. People are wondering if April's going to do the conditions or if she's just going to pay. She's going to pay. Nick has to pay. Nick paid for Kayla, and Nick has April believing that they're together as much as he and Kayla are together. So April will point out to him. April's not shy about getting people to do what she wants them to do. She'll go, you paid for Kayla, and that was $5. You can't pay $2 for me. He's fucking paying. And they're going to be conditionless. $90 away from today's goal. Holy shit, thank you guys very much. Only 90 away if you'd like to contribute. The PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo links are in the chat. Otherwise, Super Chats, memberships, and Rumble Rants. Thank you guys for your generosity. So I was talking about Europe and how they're arresting people for tweeting and all this other shit. Germany has now asked Gab, which is a kind of a right-leaning, well, not kind of, it's a right-wing social media app. German police have asked Gab to hand over private info of a user. And the reason they want, now, first of all, asking a social media company for the private info of a user, that's fucked up to begin with. But when you find out the reason why they want this user's information, it's even worse. They want the user's information because they called a politician fat. According to the Germans, 2 posts sexualized Ricarda Lang, denigrated her weight, attacked the honor of the politician, and disrespected her in violation of Section 185 of the German Criminal Code. Section 185 of the German Code naturally follows Section 184. Wait, what? Which outlaws comedy. What? And just before the less controversial 186 section that outlaws Jews. Oh, oh, I was going to say, what the fuck? Okay, so not the B is kidding, obviously. So this is the politician in question. So German police want Gab to turn over information on this user who called this politician fat. Now, here's my problem. Unless Section 185 of the German Penal Code is fucking nailing it or hitting the nail on the head or being too on the nose, then I don't really understand what law this guy broke by calling her fat. I mean, it may not be nice. It may not be a kind thing to do, but I don't want to live in a place where kindness is legislated. And not being kind means you can go to jail. I'm out of work. So are most of the people you watch on streams. So this is her. This is the politician that the guy called fat. And now the German police want Gab to rat him out. I don't know. When we start to get to the part of society where the German police are asking for personal information on people because they don't like their behavior, I start to think we're going in the wrong direction because the Germans don't have a good history of self-policing this kind of behavior. It tends to snowball on them a little bit. That's all. More so than the rest of us, if you really think about it. But I don't know. I'm not... Fucking now I'm getting emails about American barbecue. This shit is creepy. Thank you to David for $5 over on PayPal. You'd all be dead now if it wasn't for my David. 85 away from today's goal. Yeah, I don't see Gab turning this shit over. But then again, we say that all the time. All of these unencrypted apps and all of these places that value your privacy and all that shit, they always end up ratting. They always end up giving it up. Like Signal, okay, the texting app that Nick wanted us all to use. I found out Signal cooperates with law enforcement. So if you're sitting there and you're using this Signal app because, oh, it's end-to-end encrypted, oh, it's private, oh, you're a retard. Like, if the cops go, hey, Signal, can you show us, we got this guy on this. Can you give us this evidence? Oh, yeah, sure, here you go. Here's his info. I'm sure Gab is the same way. I'm sure it's pretty badass for a company to be like, oh, yeah, if they send us a subpoena, we wipe our ass with it. It's like, that's good. That's a company you want to be involved in, but very few are like that. A lot of them want to cooperate because cooperating has its perks. You get left alone on everything else. They'll sell you down the river and they don't know you. They don't know you. They don't give a shit about you. And if it becomes Gab's ass versus your ass, they're going to sacrifice your ass and keep theirs. Anders says, I only hear Mersh on Revenge of the Sis. Seems okay there, but he's probably not completely hammered for that. All right. Chevy fan says, Mersh said your son is retarded. Don't know why he's so angry. Yeah, I don't know where he got that from. Then again, he's not. I mean, we're not talking about a fucking Mensa member here. Elza Belza says, if you were new to Ricada, you would think April is his wife and Kayla is the nanny. You would think Kayla's nowhere to be found and April's the love of his life, which, by the way, I think that second part is true. I think Nick has the American Beauty obsession going on. He loves that movie to an unhealthy degree. And I think April is the neighbor girl. And he's bored of Kayla. He's done with Kayla. He's said demeaning things about her publicly many, many times. And, at risk of sounding like a simp, Kayla does have there's a beautiful person in there. There really is. It's been, I would not wish the kind of mental anguish that she's been put through by her husband on my worst enemy. That's not to say that she hasn't made mistakes herself. That's not to say she hasn't put herself in this position. But also, I mean, the fucking psychological beating that it is, being around Nick Rekieta. I have a level of empathy to that. Let's continue on here. The generals are going to have their way with Kamala. Oh, yeah. Dude, if Kamala Harris gets elected, the generals are going to make her bomb whoever the fuck they want. We're going to war with Iran. I'm surprised we didn't get there with Biden. But then again, we needed to go to war with Russia through Ukraine to pay back the Burisma stuff, so we really didn't have time. And then we got ourselves wrapped up in the Israel-Hamas war, too. So I guess, we had our share. I've been threatened by Germany before, says Sam Show. I told them to fuck off. They do this shit all the time to random people and entities. So they're just they're always kind of testing the waters to see if they can fuck with people. I see. Honky says she's from Baden-Fattenberg. Oh, that's not nice. Wild Saffron says, this is why I cut up my passport. Europe is lost to the World Economic Forum. And America is on the same path. Aaron's uncle is right. Dude, a lot of the shit my uncle talks about keeps happening. It's fucking me up a little bit. Bigot on socialist media says the ones that don't cooperate, they will just create BS charges to arrest you. Yeah, they'll just keep putting pressure on you, for sure. Sam Show says, I did see an old picture of those two together. It is sad. Yeah, it is. Stop Big Troon says, LOL, fucking simp. See, I knew that was coming. Thank you, buddy. $85 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, we're just about there. We've almost got it knocked out. Let's hammer out the rest. Thank you very much for your contributions to this grind of a program. And again, thank you, David, for the $5 over on PayPal. Just $85 away. Thanks, guys. Let's talk about our friends at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Then we'll talk about a guy who might be even sicker than Nick Rekieta when it comes to switching partners and how far he's willing to go. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. It's bike night tonight. Head to Stoney's Bar. Bring your motorcycle and enjoy some Wild Willie's Sandwich Shack. And, have your drinks on the patio if it's not raining tonight. That patio's the best. And then you got Stoney's Garage, the indoor-outdoor garage bar on the patio. Love that. Indoor, outdoor, doesn't matter. You can always get your good drinks. Order a poor man at Stoney's. You got the old fashioned, then you have the poor man. Very good. Order one today. Have a Bloody Mary on Sunday. Football's coming up. Dude, football's on its way. Great place to go watch the games on Sunday. Live music on the weekends on the Fireball stage. Go check out Cheetos and my guys and gals at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. And then Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Derek and Tracy at Midland do a great job of getting you the handguns, rifles, and shotguns that you're looking for. You can order them online or find them in store at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Lower receivers, magazines, optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, you name it, they've got it at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. That's midlandarmory.com. Go ahead and visit our friends at Midland today. Or check them out online. Call Derek and Tracy if you have questions, or send them an email. Either one. And All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Helgi says Aaron's uncle needs to co-host one of these days, or at least call in. I don't think he wants to be around the internet. I really don't. Honky says Aaron's uncle makes Alex Jones sound like Joy Reid. Oh, yeah. My uncle would call Alex Jones a pussy for not exposing the truth. My uncle goes way harder in the paint than Alex Jones. Alex Jones is a fucking lamestream media cuck compared to my uncle. My uncle asks the hard-hitting questions and gives the hard-hitting answers. Wild Saffron says, yes, Aaron's uncle should call in. That would be a great show. Dead Game says, Ricada loves his sex toys, so he keeps one in-house and one in Holt. That. Alex is basically a normie now, says Death Beholden. That's the problem with Alex. Like, he got fried by that whole Connecticut thing, Sandy Hook thing. And so now he's got to kind of temper it a little bit. But he's also been right so many times that a lot of the things he said were coming already have been here. So now he does. He looks like a normie. Honky says, Aaron's uncle off the grid, man. Ted is his uncle's name. Uncle Ted. Buffalo Jockey with $5 says, bring on your uncle. Again, I don't think he wants to. But thank you for the $5, Buffalo Jockey. $80 away from today's goal. Let's finish it up. Looks like we're coasting to a nice W today. Knock on wood, fingers crossed. $5 or $10 at a time. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. No gifted memberships today. We could throw that in as a fun little variety deal. A man in Indiana. Here, let's, do we have video of this one? I would like to do a video version of this story. His name's Ruff. How adorable. Ruff poison Coke. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Man sentenced, man admits. Here we go. Perfect. No video. How do we not have video of this one? This one is perfect to get like neighbors and eyewitnesses, and they always got along so well. I don't understand. A man in Indiana, wait.
May be close to development.
No, that's just their live local news. A man in Indiana has been sent to, wait a minute. Hold on. We got one more chance. Yes! Oh, this is about Miranda warnings and shit. Fuck. I hate when they put videos with it. Well, anyway, an Indiana man who conspired to poison his wife's Coca-Cola with various drugs, kill her, and marry her daughter has been sentenced after entering a guilty plea. Drexel W. I'm just kidding. I'm fucking kidding. That was a joke. Stop it. I don't need to hear your bullshit. I've never met the guy. Seems like a nice enough dude. He thinks Ricada's a lying sack of shit now, so he's got to be pretty good. No, this 71-year-old guy. I know what you guys are thinking. You're like, wait, he's going to kill his wife and then marry her daughter? Does that mean he's marrying? No, it's his stepdaughter. It's still fucking creepy. It's still really weird. He's 71 years old, which means he's probably known the stepdaughter for a while. But that happens, dude. That happens where guys get with women because they're fucking creepazoids and they use it to prey on the younger one, the stepdaughter. Fucked up. Alfred W. Roof, 71, pled guilty Monday in Wayne County Court to aggravated battery posing a risk of death, a level 3 felony. A conspiracy to commit murder charge originally filed against Ruff was dismissed, and he was sentenced to 4 years in prison and 5 years probation. Isn't that amazing? Like, look what happens when you just plead guilty and say, I did it. This guy tried to murder his wife with cocaine and MDMA in her Coca-Cola. He Chinese, he played joke, he put cocaine in her Coke. And he was just trying to make it the old-fashioned way. That's all he was doing. But he tried to kill her with that, and he's 4 years in prison, 5 years probation. He'll serve maybe a year and a half. And he tried to kill somebody. The charges against Roof stem from several 2021 incidents where his wife was hospitalized and tested positive for several illegal drugs she said she did not take. Ruff reportedly admitted to police he was poisoning her in an attempt to kill her and marry her daughter. Boy, the cops asked him, and he sang like a canary, huh? He pulled an April in that cop car. There he is. I mean, it's not the most haggard 71 I've ever seen, but it's pretty on point for that age. Ruff's wife first contacted police in January of 2022 after her husband reportedly told her he'd been trying to kill her with poison. Oh, I always try to kill my partners with kindness and swinging. She said she'd been hospitalized 6 times over the past weeks with unexplained headaches, drowsiness, diarrhea, and more. Diarrhea? MDMA and cocaine? Well, I guess the caffeine with the Coca-Cola, but isn't that going to plug you up a little bit? Unexplained headaches and drowsiness. Well, that would be withdrawals. Like if you take MDMA, dude, MDMA fucks you up the next day. Like when you come down from that high, you are low. It's a hell of a ride. While responding to Ruff and his wife's home, police reportedly heard Ruff say had indeed been spiking his wife's drink with an unknown substance given to him by his wife's daughter. Oh, so the daughter was in on this. This is like a what do you call it? A Woody Allen type of thing. Although with Woody Allen, it was his adopted daughter, right? It wasn't a stepdaughter. He adopted her. So the daughter wanted to run away with the 71-year-old man? Oh, God, this story is full of mental illness. I thought maybe he was just poisoning the wife, and he was like, and then I'll take the stepdaughter. And the stepdaughter's like, fucking gross, dude. But she's in on it. She wants the 71-year-old. Gotta be money, right? There's gotta be dough in it for her. Or she's just fucked up. The woman said that at the hospital, she tested positive for MDMA, cocaine, and benzos. Oh, that's a ride. That's some ups and downs. However, she denied ever having used the drugs that were found in her system. While responding to Ruff and his wife's home, police reportedly heard Ruff say he indeed had been spiking his wife's drink. The wife was able to provide police with a pill bottle full of the off-white powdery substance and a Coca-Cola can with an off-white residue. While the wife was again taken to the hospital for a blood and urine screening, Ruff was taken to the sheriff's department for an interview. After saying he understood his Miranda rights, he reportedly confessed to the crime. But what he did say was, all right, what you guys need to understand is that sometimes your ability to handle your wife's bullshit without fucking her daughter is here. Your ability to handle it is here, but her giving it is up here. And when you drug her, the ability to handle it goes up to here. And then it makes sense. Now, Ruff allegedly told police how his wife's daughter from a previous marriage had given him a pill bottle with a white powder inside around 3 months ago. You've been trying to kill him with cocaine for 3 months and you can't get the dosage right? Fuck you guys. The daughter who Ruff admitted he had been having sex with, I don't want to think about 71-year-olds having sex, reportedly told him to put the powder into his wife's drink. Ruff stated that the substance would then make his wife go to sleep for approximately 13 hours or so. He stated that he would eventually do this to kill her. So he's working up to it. So instead of just giving her a hot dose and her dying, he's like going to make her sleep more and more until she just one day doesn't wake up. Jesus, sadistic fuckers. Police said Ruff explained, like, couldn't he just go to his wife and be like, yeah, your daughter and I are fucking and we want to make it honest, so we're going to run off. You know, you don't have to kill somebody. Police said Ruff explained how the daughter and a friend had told him to sprinkle the powder into the wife's Coke can and wait for her to fall asleep. Ruff explained that while he was having intercourse with one of the two women, the other woman would usually go through the house and steal his wife's personal items. He would then reportedly pay the woman for the sex acts. What the fuck? So he would fuck his wife, the stepdaughter would steal her shit, and then he'd pay. Oh, God. It's just death penalty. This guy got sentenced to 4 years in prison for this. Ruff reportedly, the daughter reportedly told Ruff that they should get mom out of the picture and inherit the life insurance policy. Oh, those always work. Yeah, that always goes well. Ruff also claimed that the daughter would want to get married to him after they, quote, took care of his wife. This just sounds like a foolproof plan, top to bottom. Ruff told officers from the beginning of September 2021 to the end of December 2021, he poisoned his wife's drink approximately 12 times. I just can't seem to get the shit right. Every time he said the daughter and her friend would come over once the wife was asleep. Oh, God. Who are these damaged bitches fucking this 71-year-old man? Ruff reportedly admitted to giving his wife the poison on January 3rd because he felt bad. Oh, no, admitted to his wife that he'd been poisoning her because he felt bad. However, the wife told officers that she confronted Ruff after becoming suspicious and that he admitted to drugging her so that he could sleep with the daughter and the friend. Oh, so the 71-year-old was having three-ways with the... Oh, fucking hell. At the time of Ruff's arrest in January of 22, local police said they were still investigating 2 other suspects connected to the case. However, no arrests have been made. God, the low self-esteem, low standards motel that these people were all living at. Gross, just fucking disgusting. Coltrane with $1 says that politician definitely visits Nurembergers. Oh, Trucker 18 Wheeler says, hey, Kiki, was Nick there for Stinky April? Oh, Nick was there. She was looking at Nick while she was doing the court appointment. Yeah, Honky writes, meanwhile, Kayla taking notes. Honey, fight for your family, sweetheart. These people don't give a fuck about you. Thank you, Trucker 18 Wheeler, for the $2. SC Motorsports writes, good for him. Elza Belza says he probably owns a Mustang. Honky says fucking a kid is wrong. Fucking a 71-year-old is literally a gray area. SC Motorsports says Aaron not realizing the irony. No, not at all. I'm not expecting you guys to find any parallels in this whatsoever. I didn't pick this story for a specific reason at all. At all. At all. Extremely happy Simmer with $2 says Sneed morning to you as well, sir. Easy Money's wife with $9.99. Appreciate that. Let's call it 70 for today. Thank you. Appreciate it. Ex-Cummer ZZZ with 50 Norwegian krona says, Meme Copium asked if you want to play video games with him tomorrow. Oh, did he really? Or are you lying? When did he? Give me a timestamp. I don't want to respond to an invite I didn't really get. Hold on. I'm going to go back and listen to the end of Meme Copium's show.
Doing a party there. All sorts of vulgar language and racial slurs being used.
Oh, they're reading the Stonies reviews of people who don't like us. That's fun.
What is it? What is Trisha? What is Trisha's? Is this like a real 1 star? I would have given it 5 stars. I was going to bring the family get together there this weekend, but now I'm not. I stopped in to use the bathroom and he told me on my way out, it is not a public restroom and I can't use the restroom anymore unless I buy something because I use it twice this week without buying anything. So much for Stonies.
Well, yeah, if you keep stopping in a business's bathroom and just using it as a shit pot for your kids, they're going to ask you to fucking buy something. I get that. I get that one.
Get out of the street. Go piss on the street, woman. Get out of here.
I don't think they did that. I think this is all people who don't like me, but whatever.
Another 1 star review. Saturday. Is this August 12th? Because it's American dates, right? I would say this is the 8th of December, but I think it's August 12th.
Oh, yeah, this is somebody shitting on our anniversary show. They were mad about Keanu and Gino and April and I being there doing a show.
My wife and I were flabbergasted with the atmosphere. Oh, wait, there was some radio show doing a party there. All sorts of vulgar language and racial slurs being used on the microphone. Hope this isn't the norm here.
Thanks a lot, Gino. No, these are all just people who are obsessed with Steel Toe and who like, I need to do something against them. It's not right that they do these sold out shows.
All right, there we go.
All right, what do we have?
It's good to go. All right, lads. Tomorrow we are going to attempt to play Chained Together with Max, whose computer probably will explode, and BP and me, who probably will get disconnected from a typhoon. I know the casino played it as well. We were planning to play it before they were planning it. It's just, but everyone's playing it. Is Potentially Criminal really making a meetup at Stoney's? Oh, I'm jealous. So,
if he is, dude, if Sean does a meetup at Stoney's and I don't get invited, I'm going to be fucking pissed, Sean.
Tomorrow, you can expect some shenanigans with that. Otherwise, if you have some topics that you'd like me to talk about, send them through on Twitter, email, or just on a YouTube comment. Much appreciated. We have a little bit of fun tonight, and hope you had a good time this
tonight.
Stream.
Japanese weirdo.
Leave a like on your way out. I'm going to stream raid you to the one and only Stoney's Bar in Minnesota. So go say hi to
Cheetos,
to Aaron.
No,
and
Cheetos.
say, I got to tell him this is the kickback. He bought this from me. I've been bought out.
Oh,
I'm
shit.
going to go watch the rest of the Lord of the Rings episodes and try and start working on a review for that. So you can expect that maybe hopefully a couple of days you can get the next Lord of the Rings. It's bad. Season 2 so far is very bad. They released like 3 episodes at once though, which is annoying. But
Am I getting this video game invite or no?
Rats.
Bullshit. I didn't get the video game invite.
Well, since we're talking about cheese and rats and stuff, where's my mouse?
Oh, I thought he was going to mention me.
It's a stream mouse. All right. Cheers, chat. Have a good one.
All right. Bye, Meme Copium. He didn't invite me to play video games. I'm going to watch his show later today. I'm not really a big video game guy. Like, I play one right now. Like, I got to get Madden. I got to get the NCAA football game. I'm a stupid jock game guy. I get it. But I do play Bannerlord. I like Bannerlord. And then I play my throwbacks, like the back in the day shit. Like, Medieval 2, Total War, shit like that. Like, I'm not an exciting, I don't play newer games. Like, Bannerlord's kind of new. What was that, 2022, 2021? Sam Show says, your kingdom is so fucked. Hey, what do you mean? My kingdom is so fucked. I don't have a kingdom yet. I'm a mercenary, although I just ended my mercenary contract because they're not at war. And I can't figure out, the thing about playing Bannerlord is you got to figure out what role you want to play. Like, do I want to just join a kingdom and start getting castles given to me and like start a family and all that shit? Or do I want to like become an underworld boss where I like control alleys and shit? I don't know. Do I want to try and start my own kingdom, which is like the hardest fucking thing to do? I don't know. Here's what I know about my kingdom. What I know about my kingdom is I have adrenaline in my soul. Every fight out of control. Do it all to get them off their feet. Crowd is here, about to blow, waiting for me to start the show. Out the curtain, lights go up, I'm home. Whoa! My father said when I was younger, hard times breed better men. You took it all away, I give it all away. Can't take my freedom. Here to change the game, a banner made of pain. I built my kingdom. That's what I say about my kingdom. Some people say I'm long-winded to get to the point of these things. I don't know where they get that from. Now you bow to me. You took my dreams, but not my name. You'll follow me until the end. I am my kingdom. That's my kingdom. Chained Together is a platformer from hell. I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about it. Again, all I know is... Oh, Age of Empires 2. That's another good one. I like that. I don't know a lot of the cool kids. I don't know the video games the cool kids are playing. David with $2 says, a couple quid. Thanks, mate. A couple quid for confronting Ralph on his BS. I can't believe that doesn't happen to him more often. I mean, I know he gets fucked with a lot, but at the same time, like, going to Ralph and calling him on his bullshit is not intimidating. It's not anything weird or hard or difficult. He's a fucking tard. Like, this idea, like, hey, man, I appreciate the 2 quid, as they say across the pond. But, like, that always confused me. Like, me showing up at the gym, I wanted Ralph to show up. I wanted to fight Ethan Ralph because it would be funny to watch him get humbled in that way. It would be funny for me to basically go one arm tied behind the back and fuck him up without trying and clown him. I thought it would be fun. And then he didn't show up and people were like, wow, can't believe you showed up. That's me. Can't believe I showed up. What's Ethan Ralph going to do? Wheeze on me? He's a fat retard. And now he's an old fat retard. And he can't control himself. And he can't fight. He's had the shit kicked out of him numerous times. I literally have nothing to lose by accepting a sparring match with Ethan Ralph. And then, like, look, man, I beg for money to hit a goal every day, and I'm not as desperate for cash as he is. He's like, I'll do it if you pay me $3,000. Ethan, you're not a $3,000 number draw, buddy. If we do this in Minnesota, I'm the A side, you're the B side. Like, by a long way. I'm Mayweather, you're Gotti in that case. So, I mean, this idea that he's like $3,000, how about this? How about I might buy you a sandwich afterwards? If you can eat after. Rocky with $20 over on PayPal. Thank you, Rocky. That's very nice of you. I appreciate it. $50 away from doing overtime today. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. You've been very, very kind. $50 is the number. Let's finish that off and do an extra 30 minutes on today's show. Oh boy, we did the guy who the guy who tried to murder his wife by poisoning her Coca-Cola so he could marry the stepdaughter. Somebody writes in, thoughts on the Vikings' final roster. I was bummed that Lewis Seen got cut just because a couple of years ago he was our first-round draft pick. You never like to give up on those. And he had a nice wrap to his preseason, an interception, a sack. He looked all right. Kenny Nwangu getting cut was surprising to me. But then again, we didn't keep very many running backs. And with the kickoff rules changing, I guess you don't really need him. I was surprised we didn't keep Lucky Jackson. I liked him. I thought he was good, but I don't know. Maybe he'll land on the practice squad. It's a possibility. Pay Ralph in tortas. Honky says $3,000 for Ralph. He charges by the pound. Sam Show says when he was bigger in the gunt, he probably would have showed up, but he's a chicken shit these days. I can't believe that he denied his own name in front of that steel toe fan. And that steel toe fan was not stepping to him in an aggressive fashion at all. All he did was went, "You Ralph, dude?" And he knew who he was. And Ralph, being the giant, colossal retard that he is, just goes, "I'm not Ethan Ralph." It's like, but he didn't say Ethan Ralph. He asked if your name was Ralph. Like most people would hear that and go, "Oh, first name, Ralph." Like, no, I'm not. I don't know a Ralph. I'm not Ethan Ralph. Bravo. Bravo. That's like Nick on his stream. Nick is becoming Ethan Ralph now, like Nick on his stream last night that he should not have done. He goes, "That cocaine wasn't April's. It wasn't out in plain sight." Hey, dipshit, then that means it's yours. And you've been spending this whole time, like you're so pussy struck by your new American Beauty girlfriend that you walked yourself into a fucking punch, dipshit. Stop talking. It's not hers. I thought you said it wasn't cocaine. Because if it's not hers, it's yours. So now you've just... Again, try to go look for any kind of intelligence or consistency in those seed streams. I guess that's my fault. Sam Show says, yes, he denied the name his daddy gave him. Just like Jim. Just like he says about Mr. Medicare. He denied the name his daddy gave him. Honky says, Ralph is too poor to hire a bounty hunter to capture you and freeze you in carbonite. Chad Buzamak says, new beauty girlfriend, a.k.a. your wife, now ex-wife. Win some, lose some. Am I right, Chad Buzamak? All right, Aaron, you've got 3 children. You've got a family willing to welcome you back into the fold and friends who will help you out. You also get to get away from a cocaine den polycule and a psychopathic narcissistic liar. You have to stop having sex with your girlfriend. You have to divorce your wife. And you will not get arrested for second-degree felony drug possession. I think I'm going to take that deal. Chad Buzamak, are you saying I made the wrong decision, sir? Are you saying I made the wrong decision? After I left, I still saw my girlfriend, too. She kind of got stuck between a rock and a hard place because I started shitting on Nick really fucking hard on the show. Like I started making fun of him a lot. And then she was like, you put me in a weird spot here. I don't know what I can do. I'm not sure. And then she sent me that text the day of the Coke stream where she was like, everybody is low. This has not worked. It's been a disaster. You were right. And I was like, fucking, that feels kind of good. I like hearing that. I was right. Everybody's miserable. Good. And then Nick fucking blew up the whole house that day. I remember texting April that Monday when Kayla texted me that. And I've told this story a million times. I get it. I understand. But I told April, I go, you should probably get out of there. Like, you should go to Litchfield. Like, don't come back here, but you should get the fuck out of there. It sounds like shit's falling apart. And she's like, you're going to believe that woman over someone you claim to have loved? That's not what happened. Those two just had a really big fight. That's all. Must have been a hell of a fight because Nick just started drinking and drugging right away that day and then went on to do, because during that Coke stream, he was fucked up from the beginning. So it must have been a pretty nasty day. Kayla says everybody's finished. April, of course, said everybody wasn't finished because I'm sure the lower Kayla felt, the better April felt she was going to get that number one spot. Poor Nick, by the way. I talked to Kayla once after I was done, and Kayla goes, yeah, April said, like, she said all this shit that April said, and I'm like, oh my God, she's lying to you. Like, it's 100% not true. And then Kayla goes, she told Nick that he was the last relationship she ever wanted to have, so there wasn't going to be anyone else. Because Kayla was like, you and I can still hang out. What if you meet somebody? If I meet somebody, I meet somebody. You're fucking married. Like, and she's like, April won't meet anybody else because she said she wants Nick to be the last person. She won't do another relationship after him. I said, Kayla, sweetie, she said that to me too. Like, after she was done with that, the good guy, the decent boyfriend, the guy, Devin, who was a better guy than Nick and I both combined. When she got done with him, she told me, after you, I just don't want anybody else. I don't want to do this anymore. And it's like, that's a common tactic of people who are unfortunately like that, is they kind of use that. They see getting the guy as a win. They don't see like maintaining the relationship as a necessity. They just need the win. And so I guess she was working Kayla over. Then there's the story about how April made, this is according to Kayla, April made Nick go and get more cocaine, and that was the cocaine they ended up getting busted with. Because Kayla said, Nick, we're done after this. It's over. No more drugs after this batch is done. And then Kayla says April threw a fit and said, I will go myself to go get more. I'll go by myself. I'll take Nick's credit card, blah, blah, blah. And Nick's like, no, Kayla, I have to go with her. I can't let her go by herself. And Kayla's like, she's not. Again, this is how Kayla told the story. She won't go by herself. You don't have to fucking go with her. And then he went with her. He went with April to get more, according to Kayla. And then that was the stuff they got busted with. Fuck. Honky says, another win for the Co. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says Nick is the standard lawyer, a complete dipshit convinced of how amazing he is. Also, Nick might be trying to pin the drugs on Kayla, letting him and Stinky Puss off scot-free. Do we have to call her Stinky Puss? I don't know. Pinning it on Kayla would complete his turn for being the most evil piece of shit alive, I think. We've got a bunch of stuff to go over in overtime, you guys, if you want to do that with us. What are we, $50 away from today's goal? Let's go ahead and work together, knock that out in the next 15 minutes. We've got, we got an update on the Trump shooter. We've got more information. I mean, still dead. But we've got more information on him, the rifle, pictures of him, IEDs that he had, how he got onto the roof, the whole deal. I mean, hey, this walking red flag just keeps getting worse. And they want to call you a conspiracy theorist if you say, yeah, Trump was set up to be murdered by the government. I mean, there's no other explanation for this. It's so fucking bad. But we'll get to that. God help me, I really don't want to like Brittany Mahomes. I don't. But she's making it difficult not to like her. She's doubling down on liking that Trump Instagram post from the other day. A bunch of people wanted her strung up, and they hate Travis Kelce now, and they hate Patrick Mahomes, and they hate the Chiefs because Brittany Mahomes had the audacity to like an Instagram post of Donald Trump's. And that apparently meant that she's a Nazi now. So we'll get into that. Again, I like her. I don't want to like her. I've always hated her. I've thought her and that Jackson Mahomes were just two of the douchiest fucking people alive. But if Brittany Mahomes is going to, stand up to the mob, I can make exceptions. Let's go to this one. An old man shot a teenager during a road rage incident. This story has potential to be a lot of fun. There's something about old men shooting young people during a dispute that just Like, young people have this idea that they can just fuck with people and it's all fun and games and haha. And then there's an old guy. You never know when you're picking on somebody who's just had it and they're at the end of their rope. And apparently this old man was like, any kids fuck with me today, I'm blowing their heads off. And sure as shit, he followed through. Let's hit play on this story. Throw in a couple of bucks. We'll knock out that 50 and call it another win for the toe. Uh-oh, what's it? Why don't we have any volume on this bad boy? I'm going to make a prediction right now. The fucking news channel put this in one channel. Look at that. Yep. That's all it is. It's just they posted a shitload of B-roll footage on this story. Bravo, guys. Great work. Let's go into then the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. Oh, this is Florida. Hillsborough County, is that any, we got a lot of Florida people. Is that any of your, like, crazy sheriffs you have? Like, Ivy, who's the main crazy guy? Grady Judd, Hillsborough County, is that either of those two? Let me know. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office said they arrested a man who shot a teen during an alleged road rage incident. Oh, this wasn't an old man. When I clicked on the article, the headline says, old man shoots. Rasul Hakim, 37 years old, fired 2 shots during a road rage incident in Hillsborough County. If you're a teenager fucking with the guy who looks like a Rasul Hakim, you put yourself in that position. According to the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, 2 people were driving on the road near 4202 South Falkenberg in Riverview around 5 p.m. Tuesday when they got into an altercation. After the altercation, Hakim allegedly pulled out a gun and shot at the other vehicle. One of the bullets hit a 16-year-old female passenger. Jesus Christ. Some people just don't want to be fucked with while they're driving, dude. I can get mad on the road, but like the worst I get is I tell someone to quit being a cunt and get out of the fucking way or something like that. Especially if I'm running behind. I'm not late often. I'm almost never late. But if it's ever getting close, like I'm going to be 1 minute early instead of 10 minutes early, I'll call out some cunts and fucks and scream and yell. It's not good. I headbutt people. It's terrible. There's absolutely no reason for an innocent 16-year-old to be in the hospital because of a road rage incident, said Sheriff Chad Cronister. I don't know if that's true. Have you ever watched people merge onto a freeway? It's fucking infuriating. Use the ramp to get traveling up to the speed of traffic and seamlessly slip into the lane, you fucking dumbass. These people drive 30 miles per hour up the on-ramp, and then all of a sudden they want to just kind of try to find a way to sneak in, and it's a long downhill straightaway for a reason, you fucking old cunt. See, I do have road rage. You go, you floor it, you get up to 70, 75, and you just whoop, and you slip right in. That's how it's done. You know who drives properly? You know who has the best drivers I've ever seen? And you guys can argue with me if you want. Texas. People in Texas know how to fucking drive. You go on the freeway in Texas, they're going 75 miles per hour, bumper to bumper. It's great. They do it perfect. They go on the on-ramp, or as they call it in Texas, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, this could be an old term. They call it the feeder. You know, you get onto the feeder, and they just fucking hammer it down. And people know how to fucking merge in Texas. In Minnesota, people do not know how to merge. They know how to stop and then slow everybody down behind them. It's infuriating. You hit the feeder, you give her. That's how it goes. I don't know if they still, I don't know if they still call him the feeder, but I always liked that term. Hillsborough County is Tampa. Grady Judd is Pasco County, I believe. Okay. Kalapo Graham says the Swinger story reminds me of them true crime dramas where they will end up by trying to kill off Aaron, but they hire an undercover police officer instead of an assassin. Well, I mean, for my sake, I hope that's the case. Death Beholden says you don't know road rage until you drive in Southern California. Death Beholden, how are you going to blame that on the Jews? Oh, he says these people, mostly Mexicans. Well, that's better than who you usually pick. Chad Cronister is the police chief in that part of Florida. Chevy fan says, yeah, how's that driving record, Aaron? I got a couple of speeding tickets. Shut up. I'm fine. I've slowed it down considerably. I also found out that my car's speedometer is like, the digital one is like 2 or 3 miles per hour slower than what I'm actually traveling, if you listen to my Google Maps. Of course you would remember it's called a feeder, says Elza Belza. Oh, because I'm fat. I get it. Honky says April's statement on the body cam doesn't pass the smell test. Well, we don't know what the statement is, in fairness. We don't know what she said. We won't know what she said on the body cam until they release the body cam. But I know this. I know that Nick Rekieta has accused a lot of public officials of lying. Nick Rekieta has accused a lot of people of, oh, that was a lie. What does it make me sound bad? That was a lie. That was a lie. I think we ought to, I agree with Nick. We ought to release that body cam footage, and we ought to prove once and for all that this was a conspiracy. I agree with Nick. Timothy with $5 says, Marianne Rottencrotch or Imholt, pick your poison, loaf piggy. Why do we have to make fun of these women's pussies? It just seems so out of bounds. All right, guys, we are $45 away from today's goal. So we are going to do overtime today. We will take the 5 minutes to just try to have a little fun, rattle the cans, and see if we don't knock out that last 45 in a couple of minutes here. But we have a lot of good stuff to get to. We've got the Brittany Mahomes story. I'm excited about that. Oh, shit. Sean Strickland fired. Oh, God, we'll do this one first. Sean Strickland fired back at Machine Gun Kelly. Awesome. So we have him calling Machine Gun Kelly a weirdo to his face. This is fucking great. I love this. This is awesome. Getting lectured by a guy who drinks blood and wears. Oh, so Sean Strickland tweeted about it. Okay. I like this because Machine Gun Kelly is a little fucking twat boy. He's so cringe. That was the weird, that was the thing about Nick that really I was like, ugh, was like his obsession with MGK. And April loved him too. And I'm just like, guys, this is fucking gay, bro. This is really bad. Like, are you guys 19? Are you filled with teenage angst? This guy's a tool and a half. But look, some people are stuck in an eternal teenage mindset, I suppose. All right. We're going to do the Sean Strickland thing next. Then we're going to do the Brittany Mahomes thing. Then we're going to talk about the Trump shooter. We got lots of stuff to do in that half hour for overtime. Right now, we've got about 5 minutes left in regulation, and we are only $45 away from knocking this thing out. So here we go, boys and girls. Everybody throw in a 5 or a 10. Let's knock out that last 45. That's the end of the week. Now, obviously, we have a show tomorrow on Rumble. We have our Rumble Friday show. But $45 now stands between us and another win for the toe for the entire week. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. Let's round them up and finish them off. There they are. The links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Again, the tin can is out. The begging has commenced. Let's get that $45 handled. MSO is very excited. Remember, MSO always has the bet against the goal. He wants to win today. We're $45 away. It's a pretty easy one, so we're feeling pretty lighthearted. That could lead to overconfidence. That could lead to an L. Who knows? But click those links. Throw us a couple bucks, and let's hammer this one out nice and early. Thank you, guys. It would be wild for MSO to win with $40 left. Oh, I know, Boozamak. That would be fucking awful. I really hope that doesn't happen. $45 away. Throw a couple bucks at us. We got 4 minutes until we have to break from the begging and go to overtime. Throw a couple of bucks our way. Let's get this thing done. Let's call it a win. Oh, this is Carlos Cameo says Rekieta loves his gay F word angst. He is an anxious boy. That's for sure. All right. Come on. Don't make me get serious. I don't want to. We got a lot of new friends here hanging out today. Hit like, hit subscribe, all that shit. Don't make me look stupid in front of our new friends. We're going to look silly. I'm going to look like a sad, filthy beggar man. We're coming up on 3 minutes, though. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, all the links are in the chat. Click one of them. Throw in a couple of bucks. Let's knock this thing out. Or, as you guys like to say, make me sweat gravy. You fucking dicks. Let's do this thing. Text message coming in. The worst drivers in all 50 states are from Massachusetts. I hate driving with them. $1 from Coltrane. Says no more Coke after this batch. Just like a fat ass saying no more Starbursts after the Sam's Club bag. Chad Buzamok says too late for you to not look stupid. Elza Belza says, I want the streak to continue. Watching Aaron draw an 8 is the funniest thing in the world. Yeah, that's true. The streak goes to 8 and I have to draw one then. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Guys, fucking, you're making me look stupid now. I look really pathetic and bad now. We've got 2.5 minutes left. We're $45 fucking away. Guys, finish it up. This shit ain't funny. We've got people who don't typically watch the show watching the show right now. Cut the bullshit. Making me look like a fucking asshole in front of all of our new friends. Patricia with $5 just puts a slice of pizza in it over on Venmo. Thank you very much. $40 away. Hammer this cock-sucking thing out, you fuckers. You're pissing me off now. $2 or 2 minutes away. $40 from knocking out today. So now you're going to make me do overtime and keep begging. Guys, this was working out great until here's what I decided to do. I decided to go, hey, we're really low in the goal today. It's going awesome. Why don't I just lay back and take it easy the last 5 minutes and be fun and jovial? Now I'm sweating. Now you're making me sweat. Sweating gravy. Out minute and a half away. It's $40 you douchebags. Deranged Lunatic with $1 says, we want to see you sweat gravy, fat boy. Why? Why do you do this to someone you come to for your morning entertainment? Is it because we've embraced the begging concept and we laugh about it and have fun? This isn't fun for me. 1 minute away, $40. Fucking hell, guys. In front of our new friends. Meme Copium sent people over here today. And now we're looking like filthy beggars in front of them. Might run that $40 to the end of OT, said Chad Buzamok. Stop. Don't. 45 seconds away. $40. That's like done, basically. One of you OGs, tell these guys this shit ain't funny. And let's throw in and knock this fucking thing out. Ket Bellinger with $1. Thank you very much. This is getting mean-spirited. This really is. And I know you guys are enjoying this too. 20 seconds left to go. So we're not going to hit it, are we? But we're inside of 50, so I have to do the 30 minutes. So we have to make the $40 in that 30 minutes. You fuckers. This actually really does, make me panic. This really does make me sweat gravy. That fucking sucks, dude. All right, 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's $40 for the whole week to be a huge success and another win for the toe. Do you guys only give me money if I'm fucking miserable about it? Is that what happens here? I'm happy. I'm loose. I'm joking about the only bad thing about this show, which is, the overhead. Helgi says, LMAO, this is awesome. This is not fun to me. People saying in the chat, this is funny. It's not funny. I'm panicking my fucking dick out at $40. 40, who gives a shit? But still, I'm panicking my little dick off because I'm like, hey, this is fucking cool. We had nothing left in this goal. This is going to be fucking easy. Watch the celebration. This will be cool. This will be great. And then nothing. Nothing. I am KLFD. OG says Plankton with $1.99. This is hilarious. I'm glad you're entertained. Diesel Cat with $4.99 says, I'll give it just because. Thank you. $35 away from knocking out today. Hey. These guys who say this is funny, it's not funny. Fuck these people, right? Let's just get it taken. Patricia with $5 says, worst drivers in America are in Masshole Universe. I think she means Massachusetts. Thank you for the $5. That's very sweet of you. Now it's $30, Chad Buzamok. It's only $30 now. So there. 30 away from knocking out today and making this a successful week. He makes bank when he wears his Amazon shirt, says Landers. It's not the shirt. It's not the shirt has nothing to do with it. Chad Buzamak says, get into overtime topics. Overtime better not just be goal and $40 talks. All right, I'm going into it. Knock out that 30. Otherwise, you got to answer to me. Ready? Sean Strickland. Smell your pits on air like superstar sweaty piggy, says Hooters girl. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Again, guys, appreciate you loving this show so much. All right, Sean Strickland, Machine Gun Kelly. I didn't know that we had a video of Sean Strickland talking shit to Machine Gun Kelly to his face. That's awesome. What the fuck is this? A fucking ad? Dude, I've got ad blocker on. How are we? What the shit, TMZ? When did this shit happen? For college football. I am excited for college football to come back tonight. Gophers, North Carolina. Fucking pumped. We're going to win. We're starting this year 1-0. This is our year. I'm kidding. The Big Ten expanded. Now there's more good teams in it. Sucks. No, am I not going to be able to hear Sean Strickland call him a weirdo? Come on. I want to be able to hear it. So Machine Gun Kelly did try to say something to him, and Sean Strickland goes, "You look like a fucking weirdo, dude." I could kind of hear that. So he goes, "You're fucking weird, dude," because didn't he say he looked like a gay vampire or something? So he goes, "You look fucking weird, dude." So Machine Gun Kelly's like, yo, you just don't say that shit to my face and blah. And by the way, wasn't this the fucking weirdo, the dipshit, Machine Gun Kelly, who was on Logan Paul's show, and he's like, he wouldn't say that shit to my face. Now we have on video, he did say that shit to your face, you pussy. And now that chick is making fun of him too. So Sean Strickland just goes, "You look like a fucking weirdo, dude," and just starts roasting him and then just walks away. Hey, Kelly, you didn't look like the fucking tough guy that you were talking like on Logan Paul's show. That doesn't really look like, it looks like more than those tattoos are a coat, pal. I like Sean Strickland too, so I'm biased. I think Machine Gun Kelly's a douche. And I think Sean Strickland's the fucking man, so it's a little different. One person texts in and says, "Keep calm and chive on." $30 away. Let's go! Is Machine Gun Kelly still standing there like a bitch after Sean Strickland just went, "You look like a fucking weirdo, dude," and then walked away to take pictures? Oh, sad.
Sean, what just happened with Machine Gun Kelly?
I don't know who the fuck that guy is. Go.
What happened?
I'm easy to find, Vampire Man.
Hey, you're cool.
I'm easy to find, Vampire Man. Oh, so what? Sean Strickland's people didn't want him talking to the camera about Machine Gun Kelly, and all Sean Strickland wanted to do was talk about Machine Gun Kelly.
Go.
What happened?
I'm easy to find, Vampire Man.
Hey, you're cool off him or what? You're cool off him?
Say what?
You're cool off him?
I got your back, Sean. Don't trip. I got your back. Don't worry.
And now Machine Gun Kelly's just standing there awkwardly. I'm easy to find, Vampire Man. As Machine Gun Kelly just talks to weirdos. Oh, that's perfect. That doesn't exactly sound like the way Machine Gun Kelly said it went. Huh. Interesting. The former middleweight champion got wind of the Cleveland rapper's comments on the Impulsive podcast episode released on Tuesday. And despite MGK telling the controversial figure to kick rocks, he's not ready to tap out of their feud yet. Well, why would you if you're Sean Strickland? I mean, you basically get to tie this dweeb up to a post and smack the shit out of him. What's Machine Gun Kelly going to do? Getting lectured by a guy who drinks blood and wears a purse, Strickland said. Dog, you had a midlife crisis and tattooed your entire body. The X community of intolerance. Y'all, I'd hang out with you toxic trolls any day over this cunt. Yes. Fucking Sean Strickland. It's like it's an even extra own when you know that you could beat the shit out of this guy with one hand. So there's an extra element of victory for Sean Strickland in it. Oh, but don't worry, he wasn't done there. He went even further by telling the fucking weirdo to self-harm. Ha ha ha. And then Machine Gun Kelly can go, and it's just sad that he says that because a lot of people do hurt themselves. Mac Miller was my friend and he's gone. Mac Miller was gone and it made me sad. You bitch. The beef stems from a confrontation at a Power Slap event back in February when Strickland made it clear to MGK he's not a fan of how he presents himself. Well, because it's so fucking try hard. He so wants to be seen as a certain thing. It's, I'm just different, man, and like kind of dangerous. And shut up. Sean Strickland doesn't have to dress like a vampire to make people think he's dangerous. He just beats the living shit out of people. Strickland has also butted heads with MGK's partner, Megan Fox, over comments he made about her children. But interestingly enough, he waved the white flag to the actress. Well, it's because she's cute. As for MGK, who, by the way, is starting to look like a pink-haired Howard Stern. MGK, like, look at him. He looks like a gay peacock. He looks like a fucking tool. Tell me you're wearing that for you, and not for everybody else to notice you. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, boy, is he the fucking worst. Hello, Robin. I'd like to make a rap album. I didn't know who he was when I met him, MGK said about Sean Strickland. I got hip afterward that he's insanely racist and homophobic and just not my type of guy. Well, yeah, he's not your type of guy. He's a man. So he doesn't wear women's clothing, so you probably wouldn't know him. So I would never have wanted to shake his hand in the first place. Well, now I see why you're trying to say, oh, I would never shake his hand in the first place. That's because he came in and just fucking dogged you from Jump Street. FKA, the Ghetto Basement with $2 says, can't wait until you're in jail. Keep waiting, buddy. April Imholt with 99 cents. Thank you, sweetheart. OG Honky with $2 says $10 from OG Honky. Bridget Von Hammerdiff with $5 says eat lots of biscuits and sweat out the gravy. Thank you, Bridget. $20 from Aaron the Nutless Wonder Boy says now it's 30 jumping jacks in a row because I paid for it. Gonna make you sweat. For multiple reasons, Loaf Piggy. All right, I'll put out a video doing the jumping jacks this weekend. I can't do it in, like, I got a basketball shorts on and fucking I wake up early. I'm not wearing anything underneath. So we're gonna get some flopping and flapping and whatnot. I can't go against what is it? TSA? No, not TSA. In terms of TOS. God, I'm a fucking moron. 25, 50. Hey, only $10 away from knocking it out this morning. Thank you, guys. $10 left. Let's do it $1 at a time. That would be fun. Deranged Lunatic with $1 says, Aaron, who would win in a headbutting contest, you or Sean Strickland? Strickland would beat me in a headbutting contest, for sure. I mean, I know we both have lots of experience, but I think he would win. Let's go to the phones in just a moment here. I got to get the phones hooked up. There we go. And here we go. All right, go ahead, sir.
Aaron, it's April. How you doing?
Oh, hi. Well, oh boy, April, you sound I'm not trying to insult you or anything. Your voice sounds deeper.
Well, you do as much blow as I do. You're going to have a deeper voice too.
All right. What can I do for you, April?
Here's the thing. Like, there's been a lot of things back and forth, a lot of negativity.
Sure.
I'm just thinking maybe you and I can call a truce.
Oh. Well, I mean, I kind of have. I mean, I said you looked good yesterday at your court thing. I mean, I made fun of you a little bit for, the twitchiness and everything. But I think all in all, I've always said that I hope you get the help you need, and I hope you get away from this toxic situation and you rebuild your life from zero, and you still got time. I feel like I've been gracious.
Well, I was thinking back. Do you remember the honeymoon?
In Las Vegas, yeah. We were in Las Vegas for our honeymoon, yes.
Well, what I remember about that is in 30 seconds, you crushed 6 ribs, and I took 6 months to heal. But we laughed about it. I was thinking more about, do you remember planning the honeymoon?
No, but there's a lot of people in the chat who really want this to go somewhere quickly.
Okay. I just remember the big puppy dog tears in your eyes when you found out that Pepperidge Farms wasn't a real place. You thought that you were going to frolic in fields of Milanos, and it broke your heart when you found out that wasn't the case. And that just really endeared me to you. So I think let's just think of the good times and move on. How's that?
That sounds good. I can call that truce. Thank you. And that was a hard time in my life, and you helped me get through it, and I appreciate it.
Not now, Nick. Not now, Nick. I'm talking to Aaron. Okay, I got to go.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. That really, people were writing in the chat. They're like, fucking terrible callers, shitty callers. I'm like, oh boy, I really get to it. Get to it. This gigger nets it with $1.99, says, make it $8 left. All right, there we go. $8 left in today's goal. Go ahead and throw in. Let's knock it out. Call it another win for the toe. Let's do it a buck at a time. Do the story about Brittany Mahomes, you fat bastard, says deranged lunatic. $7 away from today's goal. Let's do it $1 at a time. What do you say? $7 away from today. So if you don't know about Brittany Mahomes, she's Patrick Mahomes' wife, obviously. She's not very well liked. I don't know if Kansas City likes her or not, but everyone around the league fucking hates her because she's a complete attention whore and kind of a douche. But recently she liked one of Donald Trump's Instagram posts, and that caused people to throw a fucking hissy fit over the fact that Patrick Mahomes' wife liked a Donald Trump tweet. Now, Patrick Mahomes has never really been a very political guy, nor does he have a reason to be. He kind of comes from the Michael Jordan school of, Republicans buy sneakers too. So when she did this, people were trying to go, oh, Patrick Mahomes, what are you doing? Your wife is a fucking Trump supporter and this and that. And it's kind of that same thing with like Cheryl Hines and RFK Jr., that because RFK Jr. endorsed Donald Trump, that all of a sudden Cheryl Hines is a piece of shit. And it's like these people have their own political opinions aside from their spouses. And instead of backing down or going to the Chiefs PR people or anything like that, I kind of like that she just doubled down and kind of just told everybody to go fuck themselves. Brittany Mahomes is doubling down on her love for Donald Trump, liking a comment on her most recent Instagram post that appears to show she's firmly throwing her support behind the Trump-Vance ticket. The wife of Patrick Mahomes found time to like the comment Wednesday on her sponsored post, which highlighted some Chiefs items from Abercrombie and Fitch. Yeah, she gets fucking paid for that shit. This marks the second time in as many days that Brittany has made it clear who she plans on casting her vote for, as she liked a post from the 45th president on Instagram, but eventually unliked it. So these people go and shit on her and like tell her, oh, it's how fucking dare you, blah, blah, blah. And so then she unlikes it. Oh, by the way, DS with $9.99 over on YouTube says, go play some golf. Another win for the toe. Thank you, buddy. That's a win. No more goal. We've got Rumble Friday tomorrow. We'll give you guys an option for overtime, but we've got no mandated goal for tomorrow's show. Somebody says, Aaron, fuck that annoying bitch. Oh, she liked Trump's tweet. Okay, I think I can get behind her. No, I don't like her. But I do like that people are kind of giving her shit and she's not backing down from it. The only thing is TMZ's kind of reaching because they're like, oh, she liked some comments on her Instagram page. I mean, is that really proof of who she's voting for? Now, while there is nothing wrong with showing one's support for a candidate, after all, it is a free country. Shut up, TMZ. We know who you're voting for. Stop it. It comes in stark contrast to the stance of her husband. I don't want to pressure anyone to vote for a certain president, Patrick said in April. I want people to use their voice, whoever they believe in. I want them to do the research. Sounds like Patrick's a Republican. Whenever I get that kind of answer from someone, I'm like, that's a guy who's afraid to say he's a Republican, because it doesn't cost you anything to be a Democrat in public. You don't lose any money being a Democrat in public. Being a Republican in public, you do lose some money sometimes. So him saying, like, I don't want to influence anyone's decision. I just want people to do their research. It's like, okay, voting for Trump, loud and clear. Got you, buddy. Oh, $7 from David White. I appreciate that. Thank you. Very nice of you. So, Patrick Mahomes did not endorse a candidate 4 years ago, but did join the More Than a Vote campaign, which is a nonprofit fighting for African-American voting rights. Well, dude is black. I mean, that's, it checks out. So I don't know what this is going to do to Brittany Mahomes' new BF, Taylor Swift. Oh, God. Patrick Mahomes and his wife were at a fucking Morgan Wallen concert. Who do you think they're voting for? Jesus Christ. I wish we didn't care who celebrities were picking. I wish we didn't care who celebrities were voting for. Like, in fact, I think there should be a test. And if you say, oh, I'm voting for this person because this celebrity told me to, then we should take away your right to vote. Coltrane with 25 cents on PayPal says, don't spend it in one place. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Mahomes is a businessman. Why wouldn't he be a rep? Oh, a Republican. I mean, he might be. He probably is. But what I'm saying is, like, what does he stand to gain from doing that publicly? Chad Buzamok says, I mean, who cares? Why would anyone take political advice from a footballer, let alone from the place he sticks his dick? I mean, that is the reason why she's famous, right? She's the old, she's the cum catcher. Shouldn't say cum catcher. She's a mom. She's popped out some kids for old Patrick. 2 of them, I think, right? Patrick Mahomes got 2 kids. Busy guy. Trump shooter information. We've got that. We got about 10 minutes left in today's show. I am little wrestling news today. I'm not a big wrestling guy anymore. But is it true that fucking Vince's kid is going to join AEW? That's kind of wild. Vince McMahon, the guy who fucking owned the WWE, took it public, sold it, and then got run out of his company because, he was farting and pissing and shitting and coming on bitches, and then asking other guys if they wanted to fart and piss and shit and come on him too. Vince is a human garbage. He really is a giant piece of shit. But his son Shane, who, Shane's brother-in-law basically runs WWE at this point. You would think that it would still kind of be a family business, even though it's owned by the company that owns UFC. Shane's jumping ship. And, why would you want to work with Tony Khan? AEW's in the shitter right now. And you're going to go work with that fucking Mark? All right, let's check it out.
Well, needless to say, John Moxley, we have not seen you since, it's been 2 months since Forbidden Door. It's great to see you. Obviously, the fans and all of us, how you doing, buddy? Everything okay?
I haven't been doing a lot of talking lately. I've been doing a lot of thinking.
Is he fucked up? Seems a little fucked up.
About some things that need to get done.
Didn't he go away for a while because he had a drinking problem? Seems a little drunk.
I came here tonight looking for a man who's not here.
Most drunks do. It's God or Dad. Either one. Our Father, I like to say.
To have a conversation, a tete-a-tete.
He's got drunk breathing going on with you. He's drunk. I think John Moxley's drunk.
This man is nothing like me, but he's everything like me. So this conversation is long overdue, and I'm here to let him know. Darby Allin.
Oh, it's Darby Allin.
It's about time you and I had a talk. And trust me, I'm not going to be hard to find.
What does this have to do with Shane McMahon? Am I showing my audience a gay fucking wrestling clip for no reason?
All right, John Moxley, and what a way to start AEW Dynamite from right here in Champaign, Illinois. We got a great card tonight.
I'm going to tell you something, okay? I want you to listen to me.
He's drunk.
It's going to take some time for everybody to wrap their brains around this, but we're going to start right now, okay? Listen to me. This is not your company anymore.
What the fuck
What is that supposed to mean?
What does that mean?
What is that? How does that mean that Shane McMahon is coming to AEW? I don't understand this. This is weird. That fucking sucked. You know what? Now I realize why I don't watch pro wrestling anymore, especially AEW. That was fucking garbage. Snowcat Tish says AEW can't tell a story. No shit. Shane doesn't get along with Stephen Paul. Shane was fired by WWE a few years ago. See, I haven't been paying attention. Snowcat Tish says that's the wrong clip. That's not that. They said in the clip, are they teasing that Shane will be the kayfabe owner? Shane should be the real fucking owner. That company is run by a retard who basically plays like wrestling booking video games on his computer. Shane McMahon, AEW. Yeah, this fucking sucks, dude. We have no Shane. We have that's the only thing they're showing as a Shane McMahon thing is that clip. Fucking retarded, bro. All right. Like, that's not how you introduce someone. How do we, here, let's play something from back in the day where it was like, holy shit, look at that guy. Whoa. We've got some Vikings news. Fuck the wrestling shit. Vikings signed former Bears quarterback Brett Rippon, Mark Rippon's kid, I think, right? And waived Jaron Hall. So the Mormon missile is gone. No more Jaron Hall. Okay. Well, fuck. I'm currently in the middle of rewatching Better Call Saul. I don't give a shit about the wrestling stuff. I don't fucking care. That was awful. That just reiterated my desire to not watch anything AEW related. They found IEDs, rifles, things like that in the truck of Thomas Matthew Crooks's car on his failed assassination attempt of Donald Trump. They're just releasing more info about him. The backpack they found at the scene, rifle broken down, 3-inch chunk missing from the gun's stock, likely from a bullet that hit him. The FBI also released a photograph of the spot where Crooks climbed onto the roof where he later took his shots at Trump. Here it is. That's where he climbed up. Climbed up on all the AC and the pipes there. Didn't they say, though, that a cop went up there? He, climbed up the ladder, and then Crooks pointed his gun at the cop, so the cop fucking skedaddled and got the fuck out. He Costanza'd his way out of that fucking place. God. And then they found out that it was a local SWAT team guy who actually shot at Crooks first, rather than the Secret Service or the FBI or anyone else. So, everything that comes out about this, you just look at it and you go, they had their eyes on the guy. They determined he was a threat 10 minutes before Trump went on stage. They let him go up there. They saw where he climbed up and got on the building, and we did nothing. If it's not a hit, the Secret Service needs to be disbanded. it needs to be done away with if you make that bad of a mistake. And again, for the record, I don't think it was a mistake. I think it 100% was intentional. I think it 100% was a setup. No doubt in my mind that they set Trump up to be shot. And it was just that little turn of the head. Also, I want to know more about this cell phone that was at the Crooks family house that didn't belong to any of the family members and then was found at this FBI field house. I would like to know who had that cell phone and what he was talking to Crooks about. That would be interesting. Secret Service hit him from across the fairground, says Dead Game. Yeah, but the first shot was fired by a SWAT team member. Lander says, yes, the federal government tried to kill Trump. It's not fucking rocket science. I think the part where I feel insulted, though, is that they barely tried to hide it. You owe us an extra 5 minutes for that garbage. Do the Trump, says OG Honky. It was a dog shit wrestling clip. I played the clip. I said, this is dog shit. Sorry, OG Honky. You're right. I fucked that up. 199 from this Gigger Netsit says, let's start Monday's goal, you goddamn mooly. Jesus. You guys are, I think, $15 ahead for tomorrow or Monday. So I do appreciate it. Stop Big Troon says, you also think Kayla isn't a cunty whore. Jesus. I mean, she's not out there publicly fucking flaunting shit, the degeneracy and everything. I mean, she does have a leg up on the other two. You know, they're fucking shameless in the way they're destroying that family. But, you know, at least Kayla's been, you know, hush, hush. All right, guys, thank you very much. I appreciate you joining us today. We've got a great show ready for you tomorrow. It's Rumble Friday. We'll be on YouTube for like the first 10, 15 minutes. Go over to Rumble, say all kinds of naughty words, play all kinds of copywritten shit, play your clips, everything. Hopefully no earth-shattering news happens between now and then. So thank you very much for joining us this morning. Again, special thanks to everybody who threw in a couple of bucks. We appreciate it. And another win for the toe and another week for the toe. Appreciate it. Take it easy. Have a great rest of your day. See you tomorrow morning.